Good afternoon. Notice of a public meeting of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, the Texas Open Meetings Act, notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene a regular meeting on October 17, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the City Commission chambers located on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall Old Federal Building located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street. Members of the public who submitted a public comment form will be permitted to offer public comments as provided by the agenda and as permitted by the presiding officer during the meeting. A recording of the meeting will be made and will be available to the public in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Mayor, it is now 5 o'clock. You may call the meeting to order, sir.
Sure. Thank you, Yoli. Being that we have a quorum, I'd like to call today's meeting to order.
Next item is invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alicia Justilian from the City Manager's Office, and I'm here on behalf of Pastor Victor Echevarria, pastor of the International Christian Center. So let's close our eyes and pray. Our Father God, we thank you for this day. We pray for all who are here today, Mayor Cowan, City Commission, city leaders and employees, as well as welcome guests and citizens present and online. We ask that as the City Commission meeting takes place, that you direct the minds and hearts of our members as they discuss and vote on important items on the agenda. Your word says in the book of Romans that all governing authorities that exist are appointed by you. So Father God, bless our commission members according to your will. Bless our citizens, our great city of Brownsville, Texas, and the United States of America. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you. United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Next item, we have proclamations. First proclamation, Rio Grande Valley Fishing Area and Waterway Cleanups.
If I can please have anybody from the RGV Fishing Area and Waterways Cleanup to please present. It could be your whole group too. If I can also have the Board of Directors for the RGV Cleanup up here. A proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the Rio Grande Valley Fishing Area and Waterway Cleanups. Whereas the Rio Grande Valley Fishing Area and Waterway Cleanups, a Texas domestic nonprofit corporation, has conducted cleanups in and around the city of Brownsville since September 2018. And whereas the RGV Fishing Area and Waterway Cleanups was a local coordinator for the Great American Cleanup on September 9th and 10th, 2023, and whereas the total amount of refuse collected at the Great American Cleanup exceeded the amount at all previous cleanups of this type in recent history. And whereas RGV Fishing Area and Waterway Cleanups collected and disposed of 21,240 pounds of refuse at the Great American Cleanup with 138 volunteers participating. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize the Rio Grande Valley Fishing Area and Waterway cleanups and encourage all citizens that participating in any cleanup encourages pride and appreciation for our community. done on this 17th day of October 2023. And you'll come this way?
Testing. I just want to say thank you all so much for what y'all do for our community. Thank you for this award. We do a lot of cleanups all over the valley, and we've never received an award like this. And it's nice to get recognized. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to the city commission. It's an honor and a privilege. And we're going to keep doing what we do. We're going to keep picking up trash. We're going to take care of business here in South Texas. Thank you all so much.
If I could just add, Mayor, for that group, I want to thank you guys for the effort that you all put forward. I've participated in cleanups before here with the city of Brownsville, and one of the biggest challenges is getting enough manpower out there to do that. And I've seen the work that you guys do, and you all do a phenomenal job of recruiting and publicizing and bringing people out. So please keep up the good work.
Next, we have Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you. Although I'll be presenting this proclamation later at an event, I welcome anybody from the community who would like to take part in this. Please come forth. Proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas since 1985, October has been recognized as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, following the first campaign begun by the American Cancer Society in partnership with the Pharmaceutical Division of British Corporation ICI, and with the support of former First Lady Betty Ford, a breast cancer survivor. And whereas breast cancer is the second most common cancer in women in the United States, accounting for approximately 30% of all new female cancers diagnosed each year, with 297,790 cases of invasive breast cancer expected to be diagnosed in women in the US in 2023. And whereas there are more than 4 million breast cancer survivors in the United States today, including those who are still being treated and those who have completed treatment. And whereas survival rates are high for localized breast cancer when detected early, and increased awareness, continually improving treatment options, and screening and early detection have contributed to a slow but continued decrease in breast cancer death rates from 1989 to now. And whereas the health and welfare of our citizens is a top priority for the city, and supporting awareness and education efforts, healthy living, regular checkups, and an overall culture of prevention promotes the general welfare of the people of the city of Brownsville. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, by virtue of the authority vested by the charter of said city, and on behalf of all of our citizens, do hereby recognize October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and further call upon the residents of Brownsville to do the same. Dedicate yourself to boosting access to care, to supporting patients and their families, and showing love for your loved ones and your fellow man by raising awareness about the life-saving importance of early detection in the fight against breast cancer. Done on this day, the 17th day of October, 2023.
We're gonna invite anybody who would like to come up and take a picture and in support, whether you're wearing pink or not. Thank you.
Yeah, if anyone out there, if you've been touched by breast cancer, either personally or through family members and want to come up to be part of receiving this, Please join us.
Next, we have public comment period. As a friendly reminder, public input during meetings conduct, conversations between or among audience members should be conducted outside the meeting room. Attendees should refrain from conversations while commission is in session. B, cell phones. Attendees must refrain from the operation and use of the cellular telephones, pagers, etc., or any mechanical devices that may disrupt city commission proceedings. C, placards, banners, or signs are not permitted in the commission chambers or in any other room in which the city commission conducts a meeting. Included in this prohibition are various hats, caps, visors, and T-shirts, which may represent sentiments as alluded to regarding placards, banners, and/or signs. D, exhibits, displays, and visual aids used in connection with presentations to the city commission are permitted. E, only city commission members and city staff may approach the dais. If report, letter, etc. is to be presented to the commission, it should be given to the city secretary or staff who will make the distribution. It is preferable that the item to be distributed be given to the city secretary prior to meeting time. A copy of the item should be made available for the city secretary's official record. F, all comments shall be made to the mayor and city commission as a whole and not to individual commission members. Mayor, we have 4 public comment. First one is Ms. Amanda Lucio. Second is Mr. Rene Hinojosa. He just wished to record his public comment form. Number 3, Yolanda Spies.
Good evening, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
During the last city commission meeting, Commander Pascal made a request to have an ordinance passed concerning after-hours clubs. From my personal experience, the Brownsville Police Department will enforce it if it's convenient to the Brownsville Police Department. On July 28, 2022, in the Brownsville Police Station in front of Animal Control Supervisor Robert DePong and another police officer, I was told that according to Assistant City Attorney Jennifer Avendaño, the municipal code is not enforceable. If it is codified, it's enforceable. Commander Pascal lied to me in front of 2 witnesses to cover the negligent behavior of a Brownsville police officer by the name of Efrain Cervantes. That means that whatever you want to pass, the Brownsville Police Department won't always enforce it correctly or enforce it at all. Why is he asking you to codify something if municipal code is unenforceable? It is because he lied to me in front of 2 witnesses, and it is enforceable. What this means is that the police will enforce the law arbitrarily, and that endangers Brownsville residents when police refuse to enforce the laws correctly. And what is worse is that the city attorney will defend their refusal to enforce the codified law because of qualified immunity. If police don't know the law or refuse to enforce it, then Brownsville residents are in danger of having their rights violated, their property stolen, and the Brownsville police enabling criminals. In other words, no law. If the municipal code is unenforceable as per your city attorney and Commander Pascal, then why give him this ordinance if he isn't going to enforce it correctly or ensure the police officers are going to enforce it correctly and not bend, twist, or squeeze it to their whims? Passing this ordinance will be for show only. If the police are not following other ordinances, What makes you think they will follow this one? I'm a Brownsville resident. Don't give the commander, Paschal, whatever he's asking for because he won't enforce it if it goes against his or other officers' best interests. I'm speaking from experience on the apathy, incompetence, negligence, and carelessness of the Brownsville Police Department and Commander Pascal. Stop victimizing Brownsville residents with these atrocities. Do not do this to Brownsville residents because Commander Pascal and his goons are going to do what they want anyway. Commander Pascal is a liar and a corrupt police officer and high enough in the ranks to do some serious damage to Brownsville residents. Please do not entertain this ordinance because he isn't going to enforce it correctly, and neither is the Brownsville police. Do what's right for Brownsville residents. A better Brownsville is what we need, and better police officers who know the law.
Next, we have Ms. Kathy Presas Garcia. Next, we have work session. Cultural and Tourism Grant Funding Round 3, American Rescue Plan Act.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Olga Moya, Grant Manager with the Grants and Community Development Department, and I will be presenting the Cultural and Tourism Grant Fund Round 3. With me today, we have also our GrantWorks team who have been working closely with us throughout the process. For an overview, the City of Bronzeville has received $65.3 million in ARPA funding to combat the ongoing impacts of COVID-19 in the community. As such, the city has allocated $2.62 million to this fund. $1.29 million was awarded to 8 organizations in round 1, and $866,529 with 66 cents was awarded to 4 organizations in round 2. ARPA funding must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and expensed by December 31st, 2026. About $460,000 of CTG funding remains to distribute. When presenting round 2 to the City Commission, we received feedback and developed the Small Business Nonprofit Grant Program. Through the Small Business Nonprofit Grant Program, a maximum award amount of $10,000 will be available for small businesses and nonprofits that can go towards rent, mortgage, staff retention, supplies, and marketing. The application process will prioritize businesses and nonprofits located within the qualified census tracts and/or COVID-19 high infection zones within city limits. The application will be managed through an online portal provided by GrantWorks. Physical copies of the application will also be accepted. To develop this program, we received input from the Bronzeville Community Improvement Corporation, the Bronzeville Chamber of Commerce, the Planning and Redevelopment Department, the USBA, and through a community business survey. For eligibility criteria, we'll be categorizing applicants into 3 groups. Group 1 will be prioritized for funding as they are located within QCTs and/or a high infection rate area. They have not received other grant assistance and have demonstrated less than $3 million in gross revenue. Group 2 applicants will be located within QCTs and/or high infection rate areas, have received grant assistance, and have demonstrated less than $3 million in gross revenue. Group 3 applicants encompass all of Bronzeville and will be processed if there are no applications pending for review from groups 1 and 2. They will need to demonstrate less than $3 million in gross revenue, provide audits, a profit loss statement or tax returns or other documentation to show a documented loss and/or increase in expenses related to COVID-19 between the years of 2019, 2020, and 2021. So here we have a map of the 2023 QCTs. The ARPA final rule recommends utilizing the QCTs to identify beneficiaries in low-income areas as pre-existing disparities magnified the impact of COVID-19. Our public health department shared high infection rate data that identifies areas that were most affected by COVID-19. Businesses and nonprofits within these areas are eligible for funding. Here we have the COVID-19 infectious rate map that displays areas within an infection rate of 14% or higher. And this map encompasses both the QCTs and the high infection rate map. We have also included a link for an interactive map for your reference. Some of the challenges faced by small businesses and nonprofits include rent, mortgage, retaining staff, supply chain issues, marketing, and business management. For recommended next steps is the consideration and action to designate census tracts with a COVID-19 infection rate of 14% or higher as disproportionately impacted. Consideration and action to approve Resolution 2023-121, which will be presented under items for individual consideration. And lastly, through November and December, we'll be conducting outreach for the program. The application is expected to be open in January and will remain open for exactly 1 month. Thank you for your time, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Olga. I had a quick question. I noticed on the QCT map and the other infectious map, when you overlay those, there's still some areas in Brownsville that are not covered by that?
Yes, correct. So then for businesses, nonprofits that are not within these census tracts or the infectious rate areas, they'll be categorized as group 3. So group 1 will have first priority, and then it'll be group 2. And then if all those applications are reviewed, then we can go ahead and review for funding for the group 3.
A couple of things I want to say on this. First, good information in the packet. One of the things that concerns me, especially for the audience watching, is that I don't see anything in the slide presentation that references the data formation prior to March 1st of 2019.
Okay.
So I think anybody looking at these slides and listening tonight, they're not going to be aware of that. So that's a concern. We may want to update those so that as information circulates, there's not any confusion being caused by what we put out. The other concern I've got, and I know we've chatted about this briefly, and I understand what you guys are doing with the 3 groups here, but to me, this still says that group 3, so I don't live in one of the covered areas, but it could be that I'm a locally owned business, mom and pop business. I meet every criteria on there. But a business that is in this zone who's in group 2, which means they've received every grant available out there, still has priority over me, even though I've never received a grant.
Yes, and we'll be reviewing the applications. So through a portal, through GrantWorks, we'll receive like timestamps. So we'll review them as they come in. Obviously, right, they'll only have the 1 month to apply and for us to review. And so what we'll do is we'll review group 1, and then we'll go ahead and see where they qualify, and then we'll keep on going through all of the applications. And so yes, if they are within these census tracts and did receive grant assistance, they will receive priority just because they don't fall under the QCT and the infectious rate map. So the QCT, we categorize that through the ARPA final rule. So that's how we determine the eligibility.
Okay, and I think for group 1, I think you guys are spot on. That's exactly who we want. And God willing, all the money goes in group 1. It's just, yeah, if we start getting into groups 2 and 3, I do have a concern that a business that has never received a grant might be at the end of the line behind businesses that have received several grants. So
Okay.
that's something I'd like us to think about.
Yeah, we can definitely think about that, and we can see how we can go about that, right? To see those who aren't within this area but didn't receive any assistance so that they can still receive assistance.
Thank you.
I agree with Commissioner De Los Santos. I think we should consider moving Group 3 to Group 2. I do think that people who have not received should be at the top of that list. And just make sure you do look at PPPs and all the other stuff that has already been out there. Another thing is, $3 million is not a very small business. I think we should try to keep it to smaller businesses.
Okay.
I mean, $3 million, they're selling $250,000 a month. It's about a $10,000, $8,000 business a day.
Yeah, we can definitely check with our team, the GrantWorks team, to see if we can change the criteria then for the 3 million in gross revenue, so you'd want a lower amount.
Well, I just want the real small businesses, the mom and pop shops, the ones that couldn't do the paperwork to get the other grants to be able to get these. I mean, whatever we need to do to have them receive the money, I think that's what we're trying to get done.
Okay,
And maybe even consider tiers within that, within Group 1, say the priority to businesses that made less than 1.5 million or 2 million, and then can go as high as 3 million if you haven't given all the way money for those. Just something to play with.
yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you.
And Ms. Moya, how are we going to ensure that the small businesses, those mom and pop shops that aren't usually at City Hall, that may not have the resources or the connections to these resources, how are we going to ensure that they get this information?
Yes, so we'll be doing a lot of, obviously, social media presence, sharing with our partners. We'll actually be doing like block walking. So we'll be going to businesses, talking to them, handing flyers out. And obviously, with your assistance, I think we'll be able to reach a lot of businesses.
Perfect. And I love the block walking idea because a lot of these times when you see this online, it seems too good to be true,
Mhm.
or it seems like a scam. So that discourages people from actually seeking out, but this is completely for them. The second thing I want to touch point on is, I know that a lot of the individuals may see these funds and then they say, well, why don't we put these monies towards infrastructure? Or why don't we put these monies towards building or architecture? So I just, for the record, can ARPA funds be utilized for anything else outside of these grants?
Yes, so let me just go back to.
Just to know, the city did, when it received the 67 million, it did allocate funding for infrastructure. And so our broadband project, that's 19.5 million. We did a water and wastewater project in downtown Brownsville. You're going to see the construction starting first quarter, using those funds in about $14 million. So we did use, and also the zoo, we're fixing their water and wastewater. So we did use a portion of the funding for infrastructure, water, wastewater, and broadband. But the city also allocated, why don't we help small businesses? And so this is the third. We tried one round, we tried 2 rounds, and then the third round, this is our third round. We're just trying to expend that money. We need to finish expending the rest of the money soon, because it all has to be expended by 2026. So this is our third try to just really get those small businesses and nonprofits to please apply. And it's grant money. As long as you're eligible, you should be able to apply.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we are meeting the needs of our city as well as of the small business families. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I know I made this when we had our meeting, but I just want to make sure that the money that we are giving out, that we're doing our due diligence, making sure that these companies are real, that there's no fraud taking place. So I know you guys have your protocol, but during the PPP program, there was a lot of fraud that took place, and I just want to make sure that this money actually goes to the purpose that we want it to go towards. So.
Yes, thank you. So luckily we'll have the grants and community development to review the funding, right, and their documents. And we'll also have the assistance from GrantWorks. So we'll have 2 entities being able to make sure that there is no fraud or anything like that.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, that's why we use the services of GrantWorks, because they're specialized in ARPA money, American Rescue Plan money. We're very careful with that. And so it's always good to have that checks and balances, even internally with staff and consultants.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Next, we have presentation, city manager's update. Introducing Mr. Alan Guard, Deputy City Manager, and report on International City County Management Association, Texas Municipal League, and White Texas event.
Yes, very quick update. I just wanted to introduce the community to Alan Guard. Alan, if you want to just stand and say hi. He is our new deputy city manager with the city manager's office. So we're excited, brings 35 years of experience in finance and city management in general. So please just come and say hi to Alan. If you see him out, he'll be out in many of our community events to get to know one another. Thank you, Alan. You know, the second one is very simple. We, the County of El Paso, Calexico, California, and Brownsville were invited to speak on how U.S. border cities are handling the migrant influx. And so, believe it or not, there's this Odi Leal, our emergency management director, is receiving an award next week by Homeland Security because they're calling it the Brownsville model. And to us, we had the city of New York come and see our model. The city of Chicago will be coming this week. And really it just speaks to El Paso has come as well. And it's not about, you know, awards or anything. It's really saying if we have a model that works where we can provide humanitarian effort, but also protect our community, right? And our residents, why not share that? And so in the slide behind the two representatives that I spoke on the panel with, it says El Paso actually thanked the city in Brownsville. It's a photo of our B Metro station because of the model that we're hosting. So it's really, I think it's commendable that our you know, our emergency management, our police and fire, and the city is being recognized for that. And then the last slide is we had the mayor, the Commissioner de los Santos, and the Commissioner Martinez represent the city at the Texas Municipal League. Commissioner Martinez will be recognized at the TML Mid-Year Conference in March of 2024. We're excited about that. And the city also participated in the White Texas event in Arlington, really showcasing Brownsville with our community partners, which was the Port of Brownsville, the Greater Brownsville Center Corporation, Brownsville Community Improvement Corporation, and just all our partners were there, just, you know, showcasing Brownsville. And that's really speaks to the one city model, is that together we're stronger. And the bottom right, Mayor Cowan was able to participate in a roundtable alongside with the mayor of Edinburgh, Arlington, Round Rock, Frisco, and City of Bryan, is many of these investors, you know, why they should invest in Brownsville and why should they invest in Texas. So just want to just showcase that. Thank you.
Next, we have consent agenda items.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Public hearings, public hearing number 1, public hearing in action on 2023 Brownsville roadway capital recovery fee and signed recommendation letter from the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee on specification regarding land use assumptions, capital improvement plans for roads, and calculated cost per service area and maximum collection rate per service unit.
So Mayor, City Commissioners, we have Mr. Eddie House back to provide an update on the capital recovery fee program.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you regarding the capital recovery fee program and the potential continuation of this public hearing. You know, we started this study process a little over 12 months ago and with a basic question. And that basic question is, what other funding sources are there or funding mechanisms are there to help build infrastructure to maintain pace with growth? You might recall the land use assumptions that we prepared as part of the first public hearing in this process, where we talked about 10-year growth and the anticipated number of residents that would be moving to Brownsville over the 10 years, roughly 37,500 residents over 10 years. 29,000 employees over the next 10 years. All that new growth brings impacts to our infrastructure. You already have water and wastewater capital recovery fees. What we're talking about specifically is the road component in addressing the cost of roads and how roads will get paid for. The capital recovery fee is a program or a mechanism that's been around for a long time. Enacted in 1989 at the behest of the Home Builders Association because of the concerns of negotiations through the development process. There's the desire to level out that process. And so the Chapter 395 was enacted in 1989. So what that is a one-time fee. New development, this is future residents coming to Brownsville, no implication on existing residents, future residents coming to Brownsville. New development will pay a one-time fee. And that one-time fee is predicated on the size and type of development and the location. So the technical study, which we prepared in September, it's been made available through the public hearing process, shows 19 service areas. So monies that are collected through the CRF are put into 19 separate bank accounts. Each one of those bank accounts spanning the current city limits. By law, we can only have CRF in the city limits. And those funds that are collected would fuel projects that are identified in the CRF CIP for implementation of those over time. These projects are rooted in your newly adopted mobility plan. The thoroughfare plan specifically that we're talking about we've identified 130 projects. These are road widenings or flat out new roads. Has nothing to do with O&M cost. O&M is an issue that you're currently dealing with to address existing impact on roads. That's a different funding source. And so going forward as a funding mechanism to help address the impact of infrastructure, this CRF would help offset or alleviate some of those monies that could then be released for O&M. So the CRF, again, for new capacity and road widenings. So what we're talking about, and there's a key distinction here, we're talking about off-site impact. So most communities that have traffic impact analysis requirements and site mitigation, they're addressing specifically site impacts and on the periphery of their development. What we're talking about is the impact on the system. So if you think about your trip to work, home to the shopping center, it's over a series of streets that impact the system and not just the road adjacent to the development. So what I'm saying is new development is going to put in some improvements. They're going to say, well, the impact of our improvements are right here adjacent to our site. Well, the fact of the matter is the impact is a system-wide impact. And so this program would help address that impact on the system by way of size and type of development and the capacity consumed by development program. So it's equitable in nature in that it levels the playing field based on traffic characteristics. And the traffic characteristics are rooted in traffic studies that are documented through ITE. We've used that, we've tailored that with trip lengths, all tailored toward Brownsville and how that might be implemented as part of this program. So I mentioned the capital recovery fee. We've identified projects, those 130 projects. That's $565 million worth of projects that would be over time. Not all implemented in 10 years, but by law, monies that are collected would be implementing parts of those. The cost attributable to growth, talked about land use assumptions, the 10-year growth. That cost attributable to growth is $197 million. Some of that delta there, where does that delta, that $282 million, that falls on your tax base. So your tax base is already going to be picking up $282 million, or at least half of that, and or more, depending on recommendations or a consideration by the commission on a collection rate. So for example, if there was a desire to pursue the program and collect at, say, 25% of max, that delta falls on your tax base. That means 75% of that would fall on the tax base. So again, it's a philosophical approach where new development should share in that cost of providing service. Without the program, again, it all falls on your tax base. So we've complied with all the requirements of Chapter 395 as it relates to the technical elements, the administrative requirements, and working with the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, public hearings process. We met with the CIAC at least 8 times, 4 or 5 times in person, 3 or 4 virtual meetings to keep the process going. Pretty much over a full year, 12 months. They did make their recommendation. They have the draft that's been part of the packet, and we'll review those here in a minute. There were other workshops that have occurred, briefings with the commission members. There was a workshop as part of the mobility plan open house in November of last year, talking about not only the mobility plan, but also the CRF. And then, of course, we opened the public hearing last month on the September 19th. Staff did have an open house on October 4th. It was well attended. There were several comments. We'll review some of those here in a minute, but we're recommending that the commission consider continuing the public hearing. We talked about continuing to it tonight, but we're recommending that you consider continuing till January 16th, 2024, in order to provide more time for discussion and engagement with not only the development community, but also with homeowners associations and other
Because the last
that are
time
interested in.
call, so where are you? So looks like they got a big crowd for zoning tonight. I saw you will.
Okay. Okay. So we're recommending to keep the public hearing open till January 16th, so we can have some more engagement with interested folks. As I mentioned earlier, the capital recovery fees are not new to Texas. The map here kind of displays communities throughout the state that have these programs, many in place since the 90s, some more current. Those listed in the left in the lighter blue color, those are some of the larger cities that have these programs. Other cities there in red are cities of smaller and medium size. But then more importantly, those highlighted in purple are communities that are contemplating implementing this program, specifically as a funding tool for addressing infrastructure and the cost of growth. As mentioned earlier, the advisory committee, we met with them. They did provide a letter of recommendation. They recommended that, yes, the commission should consider implementing road CRF. There were several other considerations that they felt that were critically important. And there was very good dialogue toward the end of our process when we got to the policy discussion. We spent the first 6 months or so getting through all the technical gyrations of this because the number crunch is very technically derived, and we're going to be more than happy to explain that to the development community and how we derive those numbers. But when it got to the policy portion, the advisory committee was very cognizant of the implications of not charging too much that would be a burden on development. At the same time, they felt like that burden should not all fall on the existing tax base. So there was a lot of very good discussion about that, but they came up with this base level of recommendations that is in that letter for your consideration. And item 1 was to adopt capital recovery fees, number 1, but delay implementation of the program by 12 months for 2 reasons. 1, they felt that development that's already occurring should get through the process so that there would be some recognition for current and active development projects. But then also by state law, if we delay the start of the program 12 months, by state law, there's another 12-month grace period. So if enacted and the program starts, say, October, if we were to say we're going to adopt it tonight, or January of 24, it'd be January of 25, there'd be another 12 months grace period for those projects to pull a permit, okay? The way the program is set up, fees are assessed at final platting and collected at permit. So once the program starts, there's a 12-month grace period. They don't pull the permit within 12 months after the start of the program, they're subject to the fee, okay? So we have a delayed start, not only to recognize development programs and initiatives that are currently ongoing to be more developer friendly, but then also from a city side, getting the systems in place. There's some staff training that's going to be needed, how the inner workings of the program will be developed through city processes. With regards to a collection rate, the residential fee would generally be $12,000 per dwelling unit based on service area. You see the little map there on the lower right kind of highlights the 19 service areas. There are actually 3 service areas where the calculated maximum is lower than the $2,000. So by law, we can only go up to that ceiling at 50%. So one of those is 806 and the other 2 are like 1,900 and change. But for the most part, it's $2,000 per dwelling unit. So the recommendation was $2,000 per dwelling unit based on service area and a 5% annual increase every year after that till the first programmatic update in 5 years. Then we'd review the policies altogether, decide how we should go forward from there. With regards to non-residential, the recommendation was, let's not go to the ceiling. It's just too much. So we looked at several scenarios as low as 10% and as high as 30%, but we settled on 25% as kind of a medium on the non-residential side. So any non-residential type development, the fee would be generated based on a land use equivalency table, which considers size and type of development, location, that you'd be able to calculate the actual fee. So 25% of max and a 5% increase annually until the first programmatic update. There were other things that the CIAC wanted to, or they requested consideration for, and that was in the form of exemptions. Developments that are at least 80% complete, that those that are 80% complete, that the remainder be exempt. They felt that, you know what, new program, developer friendly, let's go with an 80% complete. Those, the remaining 20% shall be exempt. There was also the incentive with regards to getting at least 80% of projects completed within a certain time frame, to get 80% of the project done within 5 years. That's detailed in the letter. So that was kind of an interesting angle on that, but the desire there was to have projects get completed so that the infrastructure and the associated funding could start moving toward putting down towards projects. With regards to mixed-use development and workforce housing, there was the desire for mixed-use development that has a residential component, that if there is a percentage dedicated for workforce housing, at least 25% for workforce housing, that then there would be a reduction of the fee by 25%. So there's elements in that letter regarding mixed-use developments in favor of promoting workforce development because of the need for that. Legacy businesses, those businesses that have been in Brownsville at least 5 years and are looking to expand, the expansion of the existing site, the additional, which would be subject to fee, would be exempt simply because they're a legacy business, they're growing, we want to promote growth within the businesses in the business area. So there was the desire to have a legacy business exemption there. Then finally, there was a lot of discussion with regards to the historic downtown Brownsville, both pro and con, but generally there was the consensus that the core of the community is critically important, not only from a perspective of promoting infill and continued those kinds of development, but reducing sprawl so that the historic downtown, any land uses within the defined historic downtown, and I don't recall the ordinance off the top of my head, but there's a map that's associated with that, would be exempt from the fee altogether. Okay, so those were the elements that they initially came up with that are documented in the letter. So October 4th was was an open house that staff had, and I understand it was well attended. I wasn't there. Anywhere from 40 to 60 folks, I believe, were at the open house. A lot of questions, and you know, some of the quotes are here from the development community. Homeowners will pay the cost, not developers. Developers will not want to subdivide. In other words, all that cost will hit future homeowners, that they're the ones going to be picking up the cost. And in reality, they will be. Ultimately, it will be. But it'll be a market-driven thing depending on how things go. But yes, in the future, those new residents that are buying or that we talk about as part of land use assumptions, those will be the folks that are going to be picking up the fee. Property taxes should maintain current roads. Currently, in the forecast of the O&M and the current roads, I think it was like $11 million. I could misquote that number, but there was a very large number just to maintain the roads in the city. And so as the city continues to grow, there's a larger deficit that's occurring on O&M. So if this program is implemented, it frees up funds to enable more dedication of funds for O&M. Then these funds are dedicated strictly for new facilities. Commercial building fees excessive. This fee will push developers to neighboring cities. We've seen some communities that put in a moratorium on impact fee programs. It hasn't changed how development continue to occur. The fact of the matter is Brownsville will continue to grow. We've documented that through the historic growth of the community, looking at 1, 5, 10 years of historic growth and forecasting that in the future. Road costs are based on unit costs from other parts of the state. Incorrect. They're tailored. They're based on unit costs from Brownsville. The TxDOT unit cost data, the data is all tailored from the Brownsville area. So there's some basically misinformation that's out there. And so what we want to do as part of continuing outreach is have more meetings. We're talking right now about up to 4 meetings where it's more focused meetings, in-person meetings, to try to address all the questions that there may be from both a technical perspective and how is this going to work perspective, and just simply to address some of the misinformation that's going on out there. So some fact sheets have already been prepared. We've drafted those up. Those are going to roll out here shortly. We'll do some sample calculations. We're trying to determine what are some good types of land uses, a typical scenario that might occur, so people can see how that works. But some of the other discussion items might be not only the technical study, but how we got to the policy considerations. How is this process going to work of assessment and collections? What if we're dealing with a multi-phase development? So a whole host of things that will occur. Credits, if there's contributions by development, will credits be used to offset the capital recovery fee? Yes, those kinds of things. So we're looking forward to having more engagement, but again, that's the basis for requesting a continuation on the public hearing to January 16th of 2024. So with that, I'm available for any questions you might have.
So this isn't a question, but I know we spoke briefly before the meeting. One of the asks that I will have is, as we extend this public hearing, there should be a method by which citizens can provide their feedback, not just at hosted meetings, but if somebody wants to go on at 10 o'clock at night and say, I want to write a letter of opposition or a letter of support, whether it's a portal online or some method for them to do that. Since the hearing is open, it should be that we're receiving comments at all times, in my opinion.
Yeah, in discussing with staff, it sounds like that can be done fairly easily. The goal is to try to get something like that opening up within the next week or 2. So they'll be working on that, but that sounded like that was pretty easy to do.
Excellent.
If they're not already up there, all of the presentations, all of the technical work is already up online, so that's available for.
The key to that is technical. And for a lot of the average citizens, some of that may be difficult to understand.
No question, there's some number crunch and math involved, but we are more than happy to delve into that.
Yeah, and I think the Q&A is really important, and also just kind of video content as to what does this mean, what is this and what is it not, so that it can be very clear and concise, because, right, you can get a lot of numbers in there, so I want to just try to be transparent and open.
To follow Commissioner De Los Santos' question, have we received any other public comments besides the physical locations?
I'm sorry?
Since the last meeting, have we received any?
Yes, there's been communique. I'll let Joel kind of address that, but there's been communique between development community.
We can send those to you, Commissioner, because I know some of them have, we didn't want to post the addresses and
Right.
confidential information, so we can definitely send those to you as they come in.
Thank you.
I did want to ask on the first slide, where do we get that number 565 million?
So that comes straight from the calculation that's in the report. Each of the projects that are identified in the CRF CIP, we have a detailed costing that consists of construction, engineering, right-of-way, and debt service. So all by project, they're listed. In the main body of the report, there's the total number, but in the appendices, it breaks out those costs for each one of those. And so, for example, any one of those projects that are on that CIP map, there's the corresponding project number, the breakdown of those individual components, but things like right-of-way. So we had to make a base assumption of some right-of-way already out there, but what we're doing is we're going to ultimate thoroughfare standard. What would that standard be per your thoroughfare plan? So
What we can do is publish the list of the streets and the cost. So for example, I know we announced the reconstruction of Old Highway 77. That's an $8 million project, but if you add utilities, it's 12 million. Just to give you an idea also, what is the cost per linear foot of new construction of a new road? I think that's important to convey.
And as we continue to build these, I think it's important that we hear the individuals out there in the community who deal with this on a day-to-day basis and also incorporate that as we continue to build it. Because I think what's intimidating with this is that the public was misled with some information that was put out. And I think as we continue to build it, we want to make it easy, like Commissioner De Los Santos said, to be able to consider what they're also giving feedback on.
I just have a comment on the recommendation out of the committee was a 25%. I think what I like to see is a range of options and the impact that's going to have on our forecasting, right, on what we can do for O&M versus this new growth. Because I know you're saying that there's a cost to the taxpayer here of 282 million, but that's if we have the money to do that.
that's correct.
And currently, we do not have the money to even take care of our current roads.
That's a great point. What we're saying is, this is the cost of these facilities to put them on the ground.
Right.
With a capital recovery and the growth that's anticipated, 197% is attributable to growth, whatever portion you decide I want to collect from. But the other half, because we credited that CIP by 50%, knowing we would never consider collecting at the 50% level to do the finance study for a higher, we went with the credit. So that means right out of the chute, 282 as over time would be on the tax base.
I mean, I really think we need to look at a wide range of options here on how to address infrastructure in our streets, including potentially going out for a bond issue, right? What that would mean to the taxpayer, right? Because ultimately, we're not going to be able to grow if we don't keep up with our infrastructure. And, we have to put all the options on the table.
Sure, it's always a balance, right? A bond issuance, we reduced the property tax rate by almost 9 cents. But at the end of the day, we have so much operations and maintenance. 70% of almost our budget is just public safety. We bonded recently because we have the capacity issued, almost a $30 million certificate of obligation, but we only have so much capacity for debt, right? So we can also paint that picture and say, what are the scenarios that we can look at? And this is just one of the tools. There's multiple tools, and the tool doesn't have to be at 25%. The tool can be at less, right? But what does that mean, right? We did have a zoning case that was turned down last meeting because there was not an external road connectivity to the residential. And so there's a lot of concerns by the residents on that connectivity. So if maybe we would have had a bucket of money, we could have said, well, we have a bucket with which to put that road or that new traffic light with, but right now we don't have that.
Mr. House, I have some questions.
Yes, sir.
Have you been to the actual meetings, or have you met with the developers or people who have questions?
I wasn't at the first open house, but I'll be in person at the ones that we schedule up between now and the next public hearing, or the continuation of the public hearing.
Were you there, sir? Yes. I just have a question. Was a lot of the questions or pushback, because I get a lot of emails and phone calls. Did you experience what kind of response was it? Meaning, was it the questioning how this is going to hopefully happen as a partnership, or a refusal to participate? Meaning, was it just the pushback of shared responsibility?
It was a mix. You had some that really didn't know what the impact fee meant for them specifically. And you had those that really felt, you know what, I feel this fee is gonna, not assist us in developing it in the city of Bronzeville. And so you did have a mix of both of those.
Sure. I mean, I was curious in person. I don't know. I know that what I received is a lot of pushback as well. And so I just wanted to make a comment, on record to say that, for me, I think that, the important thing, just to echo what Mayor Cowan said, is that unfortunately, I'm the new commissioner here. And I know that when I ran for this seat, a lot of the public concerns from citizens were roads, just simple roads, drainage, the most basic needs that we have as a city. And now being here and just sitting and looking at a lot of things with the different departments and people. I also sat with the Brownsville Police Officers Union and the Fire Union, and knowing that 72% of our budget goes to them, and any shortfall that we have there, it seems that we want to defund the police or the fire, which we don't want to do. But ultimately, I think that the hardest thing to wrap our heads around as a community is that we just don't have the current infrastructural bucket to be able to address all of our current city roads, much less moving forward. And we want to work with the citizens, developers. You have a very hard task. I wanted to commend you guys on being the bumper, because there's a lot of very upset people, and probably in this room as well. And we want to work with you to try to figure out, how do we grow as a city when currently we don't have the needs to handle the current infrastructure our city has, much less to continue developing and growing it. Ultimately, it's going to come from somewhere, but I do agree with you, Mayor. It's either going to be some form of balance or a bond or something where the taxpayers are going to have to pay. I just think that there's going to be shared responsibility. I think that's a key word that we need to continue using. We need to help alleviate the burden on public funds, and that needs to come from somewhere, and that needs to come somehow. That's going to have to be there. Now, I do believe our responsibility has to be to not discourage investment. I think that's very important. And to not disproportionately burden the developers. I think that that's something that is going to be a difficult task to do. But I just wanted to thank you guys. I know this is very complex, and I know it is for me. I'm learning too, so I'm very glad that this so far is being pushed back to January. And I just hope we look at, and the people in this room as well, that we want to help you build and develop Brownsville and expand Brownsville. But we want to do it not at the risk of the infrastructure of our city. So thank you.
And I share the same comments with Commissioner Villarreal. Definitely throughout my campaign, the number one thing that I heard was roads. We want better infrastructure. There was a story where a man actually, unfortunately, hit a pothole. He had his 3-year-old in the back and lost control of the vehicle and was in a car accident. And I mean, this is a 3-year-old. I myself have a 3-year-old, and I empathize with anybody in any sort of situation. But if there could be preventative measures to stop that and have public safety, by all means, you know, as a representative, it is our duty. I do want our city to continue growth, but let's have a proper plan for maintenance. Something is always hard, but we have to start somewhere, and having the right parties come to the table and opening the discussion to this possibility, I feel like we are in the right direction. There hasn't been much prevention and planning, and I feel that by adopting what has been working elsewhere, we can do so too. But let's come together. These are only recommendations, and throughout the public hearing, and I'm sure with P&Z, we'll be coordinating and bettering this, but it always starts with the conversation. So I appreciate you for your time. I know we've met, I've had this presentation about 3 or 4 times, and it is difficult, but at the end of the day, what are we going to do to come together to solve the issues that are at hand? And we know it because we drive on these roads every single day, and we know what the needs are, and how are we gonna tackle this together? And so I appreciate you being here and everybody else being here to the conversation, because this is our democratic method into what our implementations will be to move our city forward.
I would say that prior to 2020, the city did not have a capital improvement program. And that is, you know, other than the airport, the city has never had a CIP. We're at 2020 to 2025. Most cities in the United States have CIPs, right? And that's what they use to plan their future growth. It's usually based on data. We have a pavement management index and that we use that kind of takes an x-ray of our current streets. But the good thing is that we have one now, but now we're playing catch up, right? Even our intelligent transportation system or technology, everybody wants synchronized lights. Up to the 262 lights that we have in Brownsville, only 15% or less are synchronized, believe it or not. It's a $7 million price tag, of which we chipped away at 2 million, but we got 5 million to go. If you go to another city, even McAllen, it's all synchronized, and even most of Edinburgh. So we are the largest city, the RGV, but I always say we're chipping at those accumulated needs that we have. And it's the reality, and we're here to share and be transparent. And that's why you see finally synchronization on Boca Chica and 802. But really, what about the rest of the streets, right? We get those comments all the time. And with that, there's a chapter on safety, on public safety and road safety with crash data. So if you really want to see the why of certain areas, look at the crash data, look at the document it's about, and if you don't want to look at it, we'll also create very easy images to really kind of convey that information to your comment. Commissioner De Los Santos is, we don't want to have everyone have to read a 100-page document. That's unacceptable. But let's, if there's something that we see we feel it could be an interest, we'll make it easier for you to read.
I would like to add on that, Ms. Ramirez, that I think we should get the developers involved. We were told that they were involved. I had 12 calls today from them, and 10 of them had never heard anything. So I just do think that we should ask them to come to the table, have a task force done, and figure out a way to be able to share our ideas and try to figure something out that'll go half and half. I don't know, just bring them to the table, please.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add, one of the other things we need to consider as our city continues to grow in gentrification, and I don't think gentrification is a bad word, but as that continues, one of the things we need to keep in mind is affordable housing. And we need to always encourage further construction of affordable housing and keeping that within reach of those that don't have the means. And so I'd like us to consider an exception for affordable housing as we move forward with this.
And that's consistent with workforce housing, so we can add affordable housing to that.
With that said, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission, please come forward and state your name.
You can come up and share your comments. Anybody can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Sanchez was up before you, right behind you.
Okay,
It's okay. You can
Okay.
stand in line. It's fine.
all right. Well, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Ramiro Martinez. I'm the current president for the Brownsville South Padre Island Board of Realtors, and I'm here representing realtors and affiliates. I would like, right now, I would like to recognize some of realtors that accompanied me. So if you're a realtor, please stand and be recognized. With that, the Brownsville South Padre Island Board of Realtors has been a part of this community for over 50 years. The Brownsville South Padre Island Board of Realtors has over 500 members, 200 affiliates. All members and affiliates are an integral part of the economy of this great city. As realtors, we are negotiators for buyers and sellers and advocates for homeownership, property rights, and fair housing. The Board of Directors discussed this issue of the roadway capital recovery fee and has determined that the roadway capital recovery fee, as currently proposed, would be detrimental to our community and the future development of Brownsville. The Board of Realtors is vehemently opposed to this proposal for the following reasons. One, we hear that every day that doing business in Brownsville is difficult due to high fees and permit process. Adding this exorbitant fee will simply hinder the development of subdivisions and housing construction attributable to Brownsville becoming the most expensive city in the Rio Grande Valley. Two, commercial and industrial development will be cost prohibitive with these fees, thereby pushing development to other cities in the Rio Grande Valley where these fees aren't collected. 3, we currently do not have enough single-family or multifamily housing in Brownsville. These fees will increase cost development, thereby increasing cost in housing pricing, which will prohibit people out of the dream of homeownership. In closing, we stand here to work really with city officials and development community to plan that we will work with both entities, and feel free to reach out to us and we'll do our part, to answer all your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, my name is Dennis Sanchez, here on behalf of developers and I guess some realtors as well. First of all, I want to thank all of you for having taken the time last week to meet with members of the community who expressed their concerns about this ordinance. And I'm just here to sort of reiterate that there are concerns, but there's solutions as well. And unless the city involves the developers, the realtors, the citizens in the formulation of the plan, there's going to be opposition. And I know there's a solution to it, but it has to involve everybody, not just going to an open house, because a typical open house is they sit there and tell you what's going to happen to you. We're not here to ask for that. We're here to be part of what's going to be implemented. For instance, I asked for a copy of the ordinance. It's not even written yet. So I don't know how we can be voting on stuff that's not even drafted. And so to that extent, I'm here to suggest that the idea of a task force where people sit down from various sectors of the community and meet with the authors of the proposed ordinance and look at the good, the bad, the ugly, and come up, think outside the box, try to figure out, because Brownsville does have a problem, but there's ways of it to incentivize developers to make a better road the first time instead of coming back 5 years later and widening it. And there's ways to just get more development. We had one person attend one of the meetings who builds hotels. And he's getting ready to build a hotel in the next couple of months to start. And he just went to his banker and he ran the formula. It was going to cost him $300,000. He asked his banker, "You going to loan me the money?" And the guy said, "No, we're going to loan you money based on the appraisal of your building." So that would mean he'd have to come out of pocket an extra $300,000, which he may or may not have. So to the extent that this may inhibit development, we need to be really wary of that, because I can tell you that at the end of the day, every new lot that's built and developed after the implementation of this new ordinance, it's going to get passed down to the ultimate buyer. And the ultimate buyer is our citizens. And so whether they're coming from out of town, people moving in, or people who've lived here, sold their old house and buying a new house, it's going to implement and affect everybody. So I'm here to suggest that the task force be approved and that we all work together to get this solved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. It's esteemed audience. We're all here today.
Name for the record.
My name is Kathy Perez Garcia. I'm sure you know my name by now. But I echo the concerns from our board president, Mr. Ramiro, and I echo Mr. Sanchez's concern. None of you understand what we would go through or what we're going to go through if you don't bring us to the table. And what I mean is bringing us to the table because our boots are on the ground. A developer like Mr. Sanchez, it could be very costly. And like he said, it's going to cost the buyer. They're going to have to pick it up. And I think that at the end of the day, right now, everybody is at the point where we don't trust anymore. We feel that whatever is brought to us or before us, because it's a great idea and we're playing catch up. Our roads are horrendous. I've been in Brownsville for 30-some years. I had never seen the streets of Brownsville as bad as it is. I know that every leadership, every entity in our community has budgets. Maintenance and operation carries a lot of it. But we, the taxpayers, have been responsible enough to pay our dues and pay our taxes. We were all shocked to know that the taxes went up, right? I've been getting calls all this week. Again, there's nothing we can do. As realtors, we can't do anything other than send them to the entities to file their complaints. And let me tell you, before you all make a decision, which I hope you have not done it behind closed doors, because I know I've been in your situation, and a lot of the decisions are discussed prior, because let's hope not.
Not at
Let's
the
hope
city.
not. Okay, let's hope not. Okay, because there's a lot of things that have been done before our eyes that we don't agree to. Okay, and I'm saying, I've been in your shoes and I understand there's challenges, but at the end of the day, bring us together. We want to be part of the solution. We don't want to continue to be part of the problem. And as citizens, we ask, we plead, we beg. Sometimes we don't even know what to say anymore. It's frustrating. But if this decision is going to take place, like Mayor said, could it be less? We're always, you know what? At the end of the day, taxpayers are always having to fork out. And when it comes to real estate, without a developer, you can't form a community. They're the ones that start the foundation of communities, whether it's a park in a residential area, whether it's a school. Schools decide as developers come in. A school will decide how many residents are going to be there and if they're going to have to build a school or not. But then yet you have infrastructure. So let me tell you, think very wisely. Use the right people to be part of a decision that will help the entire community. Because as a taxpayer, I'm going to tell you, I don't know who to trust anymore. And I ask, what are they doing with taxpayers' dollars? What are they doing? What is everybody doing with our taxpayers' dollars? So I'm here as a citizen, as a realtor, as an investor, and I'm asking each and every one of you, please, please allow us to be part of the decision and the solution that needs to be incorporated before you guys make the decision. We placed you in your seats for a reason, and we trust in you that the right decisions are going to be made. Don't let us down. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could add to that, Mayor, and to the groups, especially developers and realtors that are out there, the additional thing we need to hear from you all is who. Because as this exercise went about, and we have several boards where we say we want experts in the fields on these boards. This board that came forward with this recommendation had 2 realtors on it. We didn't know that they weren't communicating with the rest of you all. But as city commissioners, we're saying, okay, let's find a realtor, let's appoint a realtor. And the vice chair was even a realtor of that committee. And we're very glad that we're hearing from you guys now, and that's why we're opening this up to ensure we get more feedback and listen to everybody. But you guys need to tell us also when you have new representatives, if you want us to deal with, there's a new president, and I thank you guys for setting up that meeting with us. Let us know so we know who to reach out to when we're doing board appointments and things of that nature, because that makes our job easier if we have your expertise at the get-go.
Come on up.
Okay.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Hector Cardosa. I am a broker here in Brownsville. I'm here on representing the realtors here in Brownsville, but I'm here as a citizen with a suggestion, right? And this suggestion is not coming from the Board of Realtors, but it's actually coming from me. So there's something that Mr. Cowan did mention was bonds. Now, I don't know how bonds work here locally, but there's actually a case study that was done and it was implemented in Egypt. I recently had the opportunity to go to Egypt, and one of the I think this is at a federal level, but it could work at a local level, that the president actually opened a bank account and allowed all their citizens to deposit money and basically create a bond to revamp the economy and therefore generate or help with investment of the country, right? And so a lot of people had cash in their pockets because they didn't have faith in the system, right? So there was bonds created, and I think that that could be an option, a local bond for the citizens of Brownsville, and basically pay them interest, whether it's a 3-year, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year. And at the end of the day, the citizen of Brownsville will get dividends from that bond. So I don't know if that could be something that, you know, could be implemented at a local level with a local bank. But I think that could definitely be outside the box, but could help out with, you know, with the cost of revamping the local economy. So that's my suggestion as a local citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. That said, I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Motion to.
No, we're not closing it. We're keeping it
sorry.
open. I will make a motion to extend the public hearing to January 16, 2024.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I also want to comment that I can speak on myself and
I'll second.
Thank you.
as the commissioners that I get to work alongside. I believe that leaders should be led. And who should be led by are the constituents, because ultimately we're placed here by you. I can also share that when we received calls and emails about this inquiry, we didn't move forward with it. Instead, what did we do? We did town halls. We extended the public hearing. Your voice is heard with us, and I want to reassure that if there's any issues that you can always come forward to us, you can look up our information on the City of Brownsville website. There's our email there. Feel free to email us. I can share that we all are pretty engaged within our community, and this is what we do, is to represent you. So just to reassure, this will not be until January 16th, and public hearing will be open until then. We invite you all to be a part of this conversation, to those that are listening online. Thank you very much for being here, and we'll move forward to working together to move Brownsville forward.
And I'd like to reiterate, we're not in any rush to do this either. We're going to take our time, and we're going to do our due diligence and look at all our options. So we do have a motion and a second to extend public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And Mayor, if I could ask a question of council, since this is an action item, would it be allowable to make a motion tonight to form a task force for this, or should we put that on a future agenda?
I think we also have to consider that there's an advisory committee, so, and I think the question is, what's the makeup? I'd like to come back and say, what's the makeup of the advisory committee? What have they done? I mean, they've done a lot of good work, and I think we need to also, I think 6 months of work, and we also should take that into consideration before a task force, because
I
that
really
could
think,
be accomplished.
I think these various groups in our city are pretty organized as it stands. So I think the city needs to meet with all these different groups.
Yes, sir.
The realtors, the developers. I know CDCB also reached out with their comments. I think, you know, there's different groups that I think the city just needs to meet with on a one-on-one basis.
Yes, and that's what we did with with other big initiatives. We'll have, rather than having big groups, I think we need to have in previous subcommittees, we've had subcommittees of 4 or 5 or 6, so people don't feel intimidated and they could really speak their mind. And also, if we're looking at a specific project or scenario, maybe we could run their project through, and it's just more, I guess, more of an intimate one-on-one. So we could have both forums that are larger and forums that are smaller, and also have them meet in groups of 4, 10, what have you.
We do have someone in the audience that would like to say something. Are we still allowed?
Well, I think,
We have the already, right, the developers, we know most of the developers, and maybe you guys can come to us or just one particular meeting for us with you guys. I mean, maybe that'll work out, since I'm hearing that the committee's already formed, they've been working on it, well, but if whatever works, and it's easy for you and us, I mean, we're available. I'm asking our board president and committee, direct. So, why not just have one meeting? We can schedule all of you and you guys announce it. If we can't come here, maybe they can come to our board of realtors. It's on Central Boulevard. It's big enough where we can have 100+ people there.
Yeah, we'll be happy to get in communication with you guys. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd still like an answer to my question.
Yeah, so my response, I saw the city manager chopping at the bit to,
Mm-hmm.
and these things are not quick. But what I wanted to say is, I want to be cautious in forming another group because the committee is statutorily required.
Mm-hmm.
And if we create a task force as well, I don't want there to be confusion of which committee is that we're complying with, right? So we have a committee already. It would be better, as everyone has said, for that committee that's already formed to meet with the public, meet with the realtors, developers, et cetera.
And my concern is, I don't think there would be public confidence in that process, given that that's the exact same committee that's brought us to where we are today. And that committee did not meet with these groups, these special interest groups in our community, and they don't feel like they've been heard. And I don't disagree with them. And I don't think anybody up here disagrees with them. So to say that same body is still in charge for the next 60 or 90 days while this continues, I don't have confidence in that. I think it needs to be more staff, city commissioners, or a task force, whatever it is, but I feel like the connection was missed, and I don't want it to get missed again. That's my concern.
We add a city. Could we appoint a city commissioner to the committee?
I'm sorry?
Could we appoint a city commissioner to the committee
Well,
as a liaison?
So we're in a situation where the committee has already been formed. You can attend the meetings, and that goes well for anybody in the public. They can attend the meetings, they can provide their input, but the committee has already been formed. And before you and all the public hearings, they're based on what the input has been from the committee, their recommendations, which can change, right? This body has the authority to change those recommendations, and what you adopt finally could change.
I think what we're saying is the same thing, Commissioner. Can we have more formal meetings? Yes. Can we have informal meetings? Yes. Can we go to the Board of Realtors? Yes. This is kind of a reset of the whole process in terms of public engagement. And we will let the commission know when we have those meetings. We'll come up with a whole schedule of that. So it's, you're absolutely right. We can engage more. We actually even hired a public engagement firm to do more video content and do more, but also the one-on-one meetings. So I've asked the consultant today to come up with a whole schedule that we will be sharing with you because we expect them to be here. They have a local office. And so we're going to be able to have that engagement here and just reset and have much more engagement.
I'll wait to see how we progress before pushing. If we feel, I think that there's a need, that we're missing something, I may come back with a recommendation for task force. But right now, I'm willing to see what we can do to get the right folks together in the right rooms to talk to each other. Because I don't want to find out later that, well, meetings were held, but we feel like we weren't heard again.
What we could do on future agenda items is provide maybe a staff report as a presentation or a work session. That way we keep you all in the loop.
Come on up, Reba.
Come on.
Hi, I'm Reba Cardenas McNair with Cardenas Development. I honestly think
I'm so sorry. Could
we can't, I
reopen-
can't speak, okay.
Could we?
It's still open.
To reopen the public comment.
We never closed it.
It's already open.
We extended it to January 16th. It's open.
Well, could we continue? And, because right now we had extended it, so could we
Okay.
reopen it?
So motion to reopen it.
Second.
We continued it till.
Which
January
means it's not closed.
But just to reopen the discussion for
Okay.
this session, this item.
I will speak to you all later.
No,
I'll move to reopen.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it.
Thank you. I think public outreach is great. I think you have collected enough email addresses that there needs to be emails sent to the people that that you know would be interested? Because I do not visit the City of Brownsville website on a daily basis or a weekly basis. And I think most people do not either. So you have we are lucky in this community that basically the developers are all known, your engineering firms are all known, and your realtors, they have done an amazing job of calling out the troops. I mean, I've been so impressed with them. So I would just say that it would be very easy to develop an invite list. And you know the interested parties and anybody else that you think might be interested. And I will tell you that for the open house, there were several of us that started like emailing, oh, you need to come, you need to come, you need to come. And we did it in literally a day and a half. And it was the realtors that sent out the first warning. And then we sent out as individuals to people that we knew would be interested. So I think that that is a good idea. I think that you're going to need, I don't know how you can reconstitute the kayak, but I think a developer should be on the kayak. I think you do need a developer on the kayak. I think that would probably have been a good opinion to have on the kayak. I will tell you, if you are not a developer and the engineering firm presents all of these roads and all of the documentation, you're not going to feel that you can challenge that in any way, mostly, because you're normally not a person that looks at that. So if there could have been an engineering firm or a developer there, an engineer, I mean, there's very little that I would even tell a realtor. I expect you to know what a road costs. I would never expect a realtor to know that. So I think there's a deference to the person presenting, as you would expect, because you're not the expert. So I think there needs to be greater knowledge base on the kayak. I don't know if you can expand it, but I think that that would have been helpful. And I do want to say that there is also a $500 park fee that I was not aware of. And so I would say that the outreach on that was limited too. So we are a community that, by and large, we know who the developers are, who the engineers are, who the realtors are, and they can be notified basically en masse with an email. And I think that that would be a very easy way to do outreach. I don't know how many developers would go to Facebook or go to the city website to know when the next meeting is, but an email, and an email a week before and the day before and the day of will take care of a lot of problems. And then people can't say that they were not notified because they got the email. So I think that that would be a very easy approach. I don't know who would be responsible for that, but I would challenge you to give that responsibility to someone, and that I think you would get a lot better public engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reba.
And Mrs. McNair, just to add to that, since you all are reaching out, one of the things I would also suggest is encourage them to submit on the online portal once we have that up and running, because all of those get registered and we're able to see those on our end as well. So it's not just about showing up, but also help us register all of the feedback from the developers and the realtors and such.
So I'd also ask, I know I have staff there, Joel or someone, the people who are there before you leave on your way, if you want to stay, or we're going to pass around a sign-in sheet. And that way, those who are here, we definitely, if you want to give us your email, we can register that now, right? And let's start now and not wait for tomorrow. So Joel, if you can raise your hand, and we'll follow up with the sign-in sheet as to if you'd like to register your name now and make sure you're on the mailing list. We'll start now. Thank you.
when the builders, they come to the city of Brownsville for the permits, don't you have already a database that you can send them, you know, the notice? Because the builders are developers sometimes. And by the way, thank you, Cardenas, for being here. For those of you, I want you to know that Mr. Cardenas, Riva's father, contributed a lot to the community. He was one of the developers here, and he did great things for the community. So I'm happy that she's here. I didn't see you earlier, but maybe like starting this list before we all leave, making sure that somebody's going to reach out to us. And then maybe that list, when they come and get engineering comes and they work side by side with the builder that the developer has that's going to be developing, we got to think out of the box. It's easy if we just think out of the box and start doing things in a way that's going to help all of us. But this list that we have going right now, I hope that we can all, you know, come back, because like Ms. Cardenas said, there's more to it. There's a lot more to it than what you guys are seeing in a presentation. Okay, and if we want Brownsville to grow, we want to make sure that our developers are going to be able to have the finances and that the banks are going to be able to lend them to be able to continue to develop, and Brownsville can continue to grow. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diana Villarreal, Bacalian from Nexus Real Estate. I just want you to please ask the Board of Realtors to appoint the Board of Directors, the realtors who knows, like Mark Barnard, that is a broker and developer. People to know about developers, about developing and about the housing market. Just please make a selection of the good realtors, please.
Do I have to redo the motion to extend?
Yes, if we can have a motion to extend until January 16th.
Another one?
Well, you reopened it for this session, and now we're asking you to continue it until.
Okay, then
January
hang on,
16th.
because this was my point earlier. When we say we're keeping it open until a point definite, which is what we did last time, but there was no way for the public to comment during those days if there wasn't a town hall being held.
That was my point earlier as well.
Yeah, so if we motion to continue tonight, is it open so that people can comment?
Well, there's two different things. We have public hearings at posted meetings,
Mm-hmm.
and we're continuing it until the 16th of January, 2024. For today, we continued it from a prior meeting. We are still receiving comments that are being considered, but I wouldn't say they're part of that public hearing process. Those are comments that are being submitted to the city outside of a posted meeting.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't say that they're part of the public hearing itself. Because they're not part of the minutes and they're not adopted by the city commission at a subsequent meeting. But they're still being considered by staff and.
Then I'll make the motion, but before I do, I want to be very clear on the record. I don't want to find out later that as commissioners, we didn't see certain comments from the public because they weren't part of the public hearing. They were just something separate. I want to make sure anything that is turned in by the public, whether it's online at a portal, whether it's at a town hall, or whether it's here in this room, is something that we have access to as commissioners. Because I think that's another gap in our processes.
Okay.
So as long as we're all on the same page on that, I'll make the motion to continue the public hearing to January 16, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 2, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-026 to rezone from residential transition to commercial corridor to allow a commercial plaza for 0.7487 acres of Lot 3, Block 1, Diamond Point 2 subdivision located at 3201 West Alton Glore Boulevard.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners. This request is to establish a commercial plaza on the subject property. The current zoning is residential transition. And the applicant has requested to rezone to commercial corridor. The property is fronting West Alton Gore Boulevard. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 18 mailouts and 0 written opposition. However, at the previous meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission, there was verbal opposition for this development. This is the zoning map. What predominates in the area is residential type zoning, residential estate to the north, residential single family to the south. There's also a commercial corridor and a residential transition. And so P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from residential transition to commercial corridor. Now, it is important to point out, staff did mention to the developer that given that they have adjacency to residential or single-family homes, they will have to comply with residential adjacency requirements, which is the 40-foot distance from the property line and have the masonry wall set up on those lines.
Did you say 40 feet from the property lines?
Yes.
In every direction?
Well, not in every direction. It would be to the north and to the west.
And you said, was there opposition?
There was opposition, yes. Verbal opposition.
It's 0 written opposition.
Zero written opposition. There was no formal written protest submitted. However, we did have neighbors present at the meeting.
I think moving forward, just if we could include those in the slides that there was verbal, that would.
And the comments, please.
Sure. The comments were just related to maintaining the residential character of the area. Basically, it was just that.
And I think in the packet, there's a sheet where you show it's like a table of all the hearings you all had. And in the last column of that, it shows if there was opposition, it gives some bullet points for what that opposition was.
Correct.
Thank you all for including that.
Any questions?
I know we've got speakers. I'll wait for speakers before any of my questions.
Sure.
Good evening. Please state your name.
My name is Saeed Jalil. I'm here on behalf of myself and my wife, Dr. Jalil. We are the owners of that lot that we are trying to put a plaza on. So I would first, Honorable Mayor, respected members of the commission and members of the public, we are trying to put I thank you all to giving me the opportunity to present my case here. And it is true that there is an adjacency of 40 feet from each side. And at the meeting of the Planning Commission, we had at that point in time agreed. But when we went back to the drawing board with my designer, Mr. Prataso Guerra, to try to redo the building, we found that it was like taking 40 feet away from each is an excessive amount. And as you can see, the lot itself is just over half an acre. So we tried to fit it into that, and it did not. And one of the things that I'm told that the adjacency requirement is to protect the adjacent properties from road noise or from noise and smells. That was a quotation from one of the employees. But as the original building would have sat on it, not very far from there, we have about 6 to 8 foot concrete wall and the building in front of it. And we have provided the commission with a blue folder, which has the 2 buildings sitting on it. And the building itself provides a buffer between the adjacent properties for the noise and the smell. And I will have Mr. Prataso Guerra explain to you that if we were to flip the building, it will totally expose the adjacent properties to the noise and the smell. Also, we are trying to add to the beauty of our beloved city of Brownsville. Aesthetically also, it will be pleasing to have the original structure in there without the agency. That's why we are coming to the commission to please consider a variance so that we can do that, and it will and it's an office building. There will be no bar, there'll be no restaurant there. So we would like I will at this point request, with your permission, Mr. Guerra, to walk you through that that we have provided to you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mayor. Thank you so much for this time you're taking to hear us out on this.
Your name for the record, sir.
My name is Protasio Guerra.
Thank you.
I'm the co-owner of the design firm Home and Commercial Designs. We've been doing residential and commercial designs for the past 20 years right here in the Valley. Most of our projects are always built because we like to comply with the city ordinance, with the restrictions building any residential or commercial project. In this case, it's a particular lot, it's a particular shape. Last week we came here in order to change the zone from residential to commercial. But there's a restriction about every commercial property that is right next to a residential property that needs to leave 40 feet as a buffer setback. I'm showing you in the blue folder that you must have in front of you, the two options of doing a commercial plaza 5 feet from the residence property, which will actually create a buffer noise protection from all the residents in that particular lot. If we do leave the 40 feet from those lots, then we need to redesign the whole plaza and do all the parking lot on the back. And I know the cars, vehicles, persons talking will create noise and will probably affect the residents on the back. We'd like to comply with all the city ordinance, but in this case, we kindly are asking you for a variance to not comply with that particular 45 buffer setback. And, the plaza will have a better orientation, will have a better view, and will also protect from the noise and all the smell from the trash compartment to the adjacent resident properties. That's it.
Thank you.
If you have questions, I'm more than glad to answer them.
Not yet. I know we've got another speaker behind you guys.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes, sir.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Roberto Ruiz. I happen to be one of the neighbors, and I strongly oppose any changes of variance for this property. I'm a neighbor to the immediate northeast corner of the said property, and there is a reason why staff denied him this variance or this proposal of this project at this point. There's not enough room to what it needs to be to do a project the way he is intending. So I think the adjustment that has to come in from the owner to make sure that whatever land he has available, he is within the ordinances that are set forth, including that 40 feet. There are reasons why we have 40 feet, because the property is going to be zoned commercial. We have residences. We have neighbors here that are in opposition to any development that's going to be close to their house, because it's going to immediately impact that. As far as the barrier that they're talking about, I don't think that's going to be a concern. We need to just adhere to the ordinance that we have currently and go along with staff's recommendations to deny this. PNC commissioners oppose that, and I'm asking for you all to oppose any changes to the ordinance as set forth in the ordinance that we have currently. Why should we give special attention to those individual property owners that want to carry something different from what we have currently as an ordinance? And by the way, the agenda memo attached to this, I opened it up and it's incorrect. Just a point of verification, Martin, this agenda memo that you have here is for another property. We need to make sure that it's for this property. This right here. It needs to be for the, I think you have it, we have it for 26. It needs to be for the 28. Okay, just point of clarification. So anyway, that's my 2 points. Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Is this item posted incorrectly?
What's that?
Is this item posted correctly? The gentleman,
Yes, yes.
so it's not, okay, so we're good on that,
Yeah.
okay. I'll open it up to the commission for questions or comments.
Just a couple of comments. And I chaired the Board of Adjustment for many years, so I'm very used to dealing with variances and I understand when you're talking about building a Walmart or a bar or something huge where you want to be 40 feet or more away versus if you're opening up a CPA office where you're not going to be making a lot of noise, does it make sense that you have to have the same standards as everybody else? And that's where I think variances come in. And then also we consider whether or not interpreting and applying an ordinance strictly as written, if that creates some undue hardship on the property owner. And on this lot, the size of it, yeah, if you did 40 feet, and luckily they're not in all directions, but that could pose a potential hardship. I like the fact that the property owner is wanting to do what they can to mitigate any negative effect to the surrounding properties. The one thing I do have for staff, though, my concern was, and this is a little bit on the next item also. On this one, it says the predominant land uses in the surrounding area are single-family dwelling and commercial for this one, and we're recommending against it. But 4 items down, we've got one that the surrounding area is just single-family, not commercial, but you're recommending approval. So there's a little bit of a disparity there, and both are on Alton-Glover in the town corridor.
Right.
Yes.
Well, we can look at that item.
Yeah. These are just observations.
Mayor and members of the commission, I just wanted to point out a couple of situations with this particular project. It is the intersection of different land uses. You have multifamily to the east, you have single family to the west, you have single family to the north, and then the developer would like to develop a commercial project. So our code has the adjacency requirement exactly for this reason, and it was included because past commissions had passed commercial zoning in the back window of many people's homes. And we're trying to prevent that from happening again, that no smells and noise impacted the adjacent single-family residential development. So in this case, we probably would recommend that there be more of a planned development approach to this site. The 40-foot adjacency, we have narrowed that adjacency in other cases. We had a multifamily on Charmaine where the multifamily was adjacent to the single-family residential. The 40-foot was a challenge for the developer. So the developer agreed to put in an irrigation system and bamboo landscaping 10-foot thick, and that'll create an incredible wall between the two uses. So there's design strategies that can be employed to try to make this situation work. We may be able to still respect the 40-foot setback if we move the building completely to the east and then to the north adjacent to Alton-Glover with the 0 setback. Because what remains is a rather unusual tract that's only going to be able to have a driveway to access the rear of that other property. So if it's the commission's will, you could table and we can go back to the drawing board with the developer, Mr. Ruiz as representative, and try and come back with a design, a layout that works for both parties.
And thank you for that, Rick, and I respect, especially with the residential areas, if you feel like this is our neighborhood, this is our home, we don't want commercial suddenly creeping in, but at the same time, this is Alton-Glover. And when it's a major thoroughfare, we expect some commercial to come in that area. But I love the idea that you floated of tabling this and to see if we can work together to find a solution. I think when citizens and developers and property owners sit down and talk, there isn't any problem you guys can't solve. I'm happy with that. I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I just want to mention two more things that I forgot to mention earlier. The plaza will be mostly office and light retail. We won't accept, well, the owner won't accept any restaurants or bars or anything that will create more noise or more traffic. Everything probably will be closed early. Now, my client is also willing to build 7, 8, or 7 or 6 or 8-foot block wall aesthetically looking in all the residential lots adjacent to that property. And we'll make sure it'll look nice, so it won't affect too much the properties, the residents on the other side.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I apologize. I think I forgot to motion to close the public hearing before I made the motion to table. I got ahead of myself.
One more comment, if I may.
Yes, go ahead. It's still technically open, isn't it?
Uh,
Go ahead.
We've tried to approach the city maintain, but they have just pushed back saying 40-foot it is, period. So they don't even want to talk to you. They'll sit you down and try to present it several times, but they are just not willing to even listen, to try to even see the way we have presented it to you. We went and presented it to one of the city planning commission planning members, but they didn't even want to see it. How we are trying to explain as to what the way we explain to the commission here. So yes, the gentleman who said about tabling that and working together, but are they willing to do that? If they are willing to listen and work with us, it's fine. But if they are not, then I think it will be an exercise in futility, going back and forth, and time will be lost for us at least. So I would like the commission to consider that as well.
Absolutely, and that's why we tabled it, because we could have made the decision of saying no, and then that is going to be a no and prolong it. So I'd rather us work together, compromise, and see what the needs of the community are and your needs as well, so we can go ahead and move forward and be able to support you better instead of just saying a no.
Yeah, if the city is willing to work with us, definitely we will work with the city.
And also, I do want to make a comment on this design. I see that there's a lot of vegetation, a lot of trees, but on this, I do not see there being any room for that. So we can just have something realistic, because it's presented very nice and we can say yes to this, but then it's not done. And that's also false pretenses on our end.
I do understand that that's the company that makes all the three-dimensional images from our designs. They always do that to just have a more aesthetically looking images. But obviously, we can incorporate even houses on the back so it'll look more realistic.
There you go. Yes, something realistic. Yes, because this is what we, this looks beautiful. But realistically, are we really approving this? And it's a false narrative that I don't want any of us to fall for. So thank you so much for being here, and we're excited to collaborate, and we hope to see you again.
And I recommend the motion to continue the public hearing to a date certain.
I can do that. Martin and Rick, do you want next meeting, or do you want to give a couple of meetings to give you guys sufficient time?
I think at least 2 meetings to give the developer and the neighbors sufficient time.
And if I'm not mistaken, are we moving up meetings in November?
That's correct.
November
so then-
7 and November 14.
Then I'll make a motion to continue the public hearing until a date definite of November 14th, 2023.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Do you have a you're not taking it to P and Z, you all are going to talk to them about this now, right?
Right, we don't have to take it to P and Z. We have to discuss and then we'll bring it back to you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, guys.
All right, any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 3, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-027 to rezone from commercial corridor to regional center to allow a plasma center for Lot 3, Block 1, replat of lots 1, 3, and 5, Strawberry Square subdivision, located at 2921 Boca Chica Boulevard.
So as mentioned, this request is to establish a plasma center. The current zoning is commercial corridor as per the UDC. This use does require a regional center zoning. The property is fronting Boca Chica Boulevard. And to provide a little bit of history, this request was presented to the commission back in 2021. It was denied at the Planning and Zoning Commission. The applicant appealed. It moved forward to the City Commission, and then City Commission denied it in October of 2021. So at that particular time, when given that the UDC was already in place, if a case is denied by the decision-making body, then a one-year penalty is set. So a year has gone by. The applicant is back, and they're making the same request as before. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 18 mail-outs, 0 written opposition. However, at the meeting, we did have 1 verbal opposition from an adjacent business owner related to property values, the business model that a plasma center brings, and issues related to loitering that the use may cause. This is a zoning map. What the zoning that predominates is commercial corridor. To the southwest, there's traditional neighborhood and light industrial. And P&Z recommended approval to rezone from commercial corridor to regional center.
If I may, Mayor, and for the benefit of our newer members of the commission, so when this was denied 2 years ago, I was the one that made the motion to deny. And tonight, my thinking has evolved, as it has with several things. And I think in this day, you think about things that have a negative connotation. I remember when I was younger, a family member found out I went to a pawn shop. And they were just like, oh my God, you don't do things like that. That's like for criminals. And of course, we know now secondhand stores and thrift stores and pawn shops are places people go to find good deals sometimes. And you see folks nowadays that might drive a Cadillac or might drive a Lexus, but they're also driving Uber and also driving Lyft. And I know folks out in our city and in other cities who make 6 figures a year, who make as much, if not more than I do, who also go to plasma centers to make ends meet because times are tough for a lot of people out there. More importantly, and I think it's appropriate tonight that we had realtors and developers, and we had developers telling us, if you're not in the business, you just don't know, you just don't understand. And even a realtor would not know what a street costs, but a developer would. Here we've got a property owner who is a realtor and a developer. You know, the Bernards are involved with Riverbend and so many other commercial complexes in town, and they're the ones coming and asking, can we rezone to do this? If this is something that was going to be a hindrance to their business, bring down their property values or run off their other tenants, I don't think they would be asking for this. And I have confidence when Mr. Bernard reaches out and says, I think this is good for my plaza. I tend to trust that. So I just wanted to set the stage for you guys. My thinking has absolutely evolved on this. And I think even downtown, we see the plasma centers. Those are some of the cleaner and nicer buildings. They're kept up well, and the employees of these centers are paid decent wages. So I don't think it's such a burden or any burden on the community, and especially when you've got the endorsement of the property owner who's got that much expertise.
And for this plasma, is it how many? I saw that it's lot 1. Is it lot 1, 3, and 5, or just?
No, just lot 3.
Just lot
where
3.
the
And
where
he's-
the actual plaza sits on.
Okay, and they're the owners of the plaza. Is that what you said, Commissioner? Are they here? They would like to share some comments as this is a public hearing.
I'm Mark Bernard with Coastal Realty. Jimmy, my brother, has been working on this project. And so, yes, all this property is owned by a company out of San Antonio, and the owner is Ruben Baryadin. They have, I think they sent some notes to some of you about how many other plasma facilities they have in their other shopping centers, and the track record of them has been good. And if you think about, one of the nice things about having these in a organized shopping center where you have management, if there becomes a problem with loitering or some of the other concerns that other people have, you have a management team that cares about the rest of the tenants as well as it's a place to go make a complaint to. If they're freestanding, which is a possibility of what they could be doing, they may not have any kind of management team other than, hey, that's our business, that's none of your business, and you don't have any rights to tell us what to do. The other thing too, if you think about a public shopping center like this is in, you don't have a clue who goes in and out of Walmart every day of the year. So in this case, there's management oversight and they have proven that it's a safe environment for them and it's healthy for their shopping centers. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. If there's anyone else that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you. I'm gonna go take care of my grandkids.
Public hearing number 4, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-028 to rezone from residential transition to commercial corridor to allow a commercial plaza for 2.01 acres out of lot 32 containing 18.34 acres more or less of the El Jardín subdivision of the Brownwell Tract subdivision, Share 28, Espiritu Santo Grant, located on North Minnesota Avenue.
So this request is to establish a commercial plaza. Just to provide additional context, it will be part of an 18-acre development. 2 acres, the ones that are being rezoned, will be for the commercial plaza, and the remaining 16 are for residential lots. This commercial property will be fronting North Minnesota Avenue. Currently, it is on residential transition. The requirement to establish this use is for the property to have a commercial corridor zoning. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 12 mailouts and 0 written opposition. This is a zoning map. There is residential transition within the area. Primarily, there is also residential estate, commercial corridor to the east and the southeast, and agriculture to the south. And PMZ did recommend the approval to rezone from residential transition to commercial corridor.
I really like this set as where you have commercial in front and then possibly residential in the back. And I think it'll elevate also the area for it.
Is that the church, Martin, there on the?
I believe there is a church
That's
nearby.
Austin Road, right? Austin in Minnesota?
Right, yes.
That's Travis in Minnesota, isn't it?
Yes, it is Travis.
It's Travis.
Is there anybody here for public hearing?
Yeah. Is there anyone here for public hearing? I'll entertain a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to close.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Ayes have it. Motion carries. Public hearing.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Public hearing number 5, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-029 to rezone from residential estate to residential transition to allow a multifamily development for a 2.389 acre tract out of lots 122, 121, and part of Boulevard Lot 120, a portion abandoned Guerra Boulevard, and a portion of the Resaca de la Guerra, Brownsville land, and improvement company subdivision located at 221 Wild Rose Lane.
As mentioned, this request is to establish a multifamily development. The current zoning is residential estate. The required zoning for this type of development would be residential transition, and it is fronting Wild Rose Lane. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 13 mails and 0 written opposition. And as you can see from the satellite view, directly to the west, there is already a large multifamily complex. Within the area, there is residential suburban zoning, residential transition to the west, residential estate to the east, and residential single family to the south. PMZ did recommend approval to rezone from residential estate to residential transition. Any questions?
All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item.
Move to close public hearing, Mayor.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to close. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, public hearing now closed.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 6, public hearing and action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-030 to rezone residential estate to commercial corridor to allow an administrative office for an electric business, Lot 10, Jose Almaraz subdivision located at 1420 West Alton Glore Boulevard.
So to provide some history on this property is site to Lopez Electric. It's an electric business that was in existence for a very long time, even before it was annexed into the city. And currently, because the property has a residential zoning, they're wanting to reopen this business as an administrative office for the operations of the electrical services that they provide. As mentioned, the current zoning is residential estate. The required zoning would be commercial corridor, and the property is fronting West Alton Glore Boulevard. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 18 mailouts and 0 written opposition. However, we did receive a verbal opposition from a neighboring property owner in relation to flood mitigation. If you recall, we did have a resident show up at City Commission a couple of meetings ago to point out her concerns for a property that was being rezoned for a Medical Plaza, a couple of properties down. In this situation, the applicant is not building anything, so they will be using the existing structure for this administrative office. This is a zoning map. What predominates in the area is residential estate and residential single family. There's also commercial corridor to the east and to the west there, and finally residential transition to the east. PNZ did recommend the approval to rezone from residential estate to commercial corridor.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address this item. Hi, please state your name.
Maria C. Hokaba, and I thank you for listening to my concerns about the flooding in the back and where septic tanks. If you change it, is in the future, is this person gonna try to build? Are you gonna put restrictions or are you considering this for storage on Tandy or, I mean, I'm not too familiar, I'm just concerned about my flooding.
And for right now, if I can help address that for you. So right now, anything we do tonight would just be about it stays the way it is, because that's what he's asking for. If you would want to change anything, construct on in the future, anything like that, it would have to come back to the city, to the planning department, and he would have to comply with all ordinances and all requirements, including ensuring that any construction is graded towards Alton Glore, not draining back towards Tandy.
My name is Roberto Ruiz again. I'm here in front of, just helping my neighbor. She's my neighbor. The concern that we have along Tandy, as I explained to P&C commissioners, is that the development along Alton Glore with the development, they raise the elevation. And obviously everything drains towards Alton Glore. Her problem is that she has a septic tank and she has a backyard that's always flooded. So anything of change that would prevent that water from going through of any, not now, but in the near future, if it is changed, it's going to be a concern not only to her, but all her neighbors, our neighbors, because I live on Tandy Road as well. So I guess, and I mentioned maybe the concern, the ideal thing is to work with a developer. In this case, I know the doctor, he's the one who's going to be doing that, but also more important, work with the engineering department, because we have to resolve this issue long-term along, it's an old, it's an old road. You all been through there. So that road has to be brought up, and yes, it's in the process of being brought up from what I hear, correct? So along those discussions and concerns, if we could all kind of work together and maybe help engineering or the development of Tandy Road in the near future, that would be something that she probably would be happy to address.
And let me say to that point, and thank you for having brought this to us on the previous ones. One of the things that I want to make sure that we're looking at as a city, and this is with our planning department, is I know even if you're building a parking lot, whatever it is, before you build your building, that's going to be graded towards Alton Glore. My concern would be, especially when you have setbacks, if there's space from the edge of that slab to the property lines, but the property's been built up, then you might have some that runs off in the wrong direction. And or with regard to water that accumulates on the roofs during rainstorms, where are they draining that to? Is it draining within their lot that will drain down to Alton Glore? Or are they draining out to the grass in the back, which could then go back towards Tandy? Those are the things we need to make sure we're cognizant of as a city with regard to plans we approve. And then more so whenever we find someone who's built who has not built properly, or that a problem was created that was not anticipated, that we have solutions to go in and mitigate those.
Correct. We agree.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Doro Garcia, Director of Engineering and Public Works. We have gone out to Tandy Road. We've met with the residents in the area. We currently did some grading on some of the ditches. We are looking at a long-term solution for the grading of the property. One of the things that we're going to be working on as well is reaching out to PUB to see what we could do to provide sewer in this area as well. As far as the design for the properties along Alton Glore on any property in the city of Brownsville, yes, we review the plans to make sure that any runoff from the property is managed to the front of the property. In this particular case, in at least this resident's instance, her property is draining through the neighbor's property in some cases, and most of the time, we feel the water just stagnates there and eventually evaporates or percolates into the ground. However, we're continuing looking to see what else we can do in this particular area. Clearly, there is a drainage challenge in this area, and we'll look into it further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do think it's important for us to continue to look at that because we have many acres towards the expressway there, and that will not be residential. I'm pretty sure they're going to be commercial. So we really got to figure something out there as soon as possible.
The particular area where we have the issue is these 8 or 9 lots.
This side of
Yeah.
the express, of the
Once we
railroad,
get-
old railroad track.
Yeah, when we did the West Rail Trail, we did do some improvements near Tandy there. We're looking to see how we can expand that.
Thank you.
If this is the case, we'll probably have sewer here after 30 years of septic tanks on our Tandy Road property and our neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, Mayor.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, public hearing now closed.
Move to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Public hearing number 7, public hearing in action on first reading on ordinance number 235-2023-031 to rezone from agriculture to residential single-family to allow a single-family development for a 21.64 acre tract, more or less, out of a 568.83 acre tract, Espiritu Santo Grant, Share 14, located at Summer Hill Boulevard, Olmitos, Texas.
So the current zoning for this property is agriculture. The developer is trying to establish a single-family neighborhood. It will consist of approximately 87 lots. They're requesting to rezone to residential single-family R1, and the property is fronting Summer Hill Boulevard. This particular section will be Section 3 through an already existing development, which is called Summer Lakes. So this will be Summer Lakes Section 3. This is a 200-foot buffer map. There were 18 mailouts and 0 written opposition. And as you can see, what predominates in the area is residential single-family zoning and agriculture to the south. P&Z did recommend the approval to rezone from agriculture to residential single-family. Questions?
This is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item. In a motion to close public hearing?
Second.
I'll make a motion to close public hearing.
In a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Public hearing now closed. I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, items for individual consideration. Item number 1, consideration and action to approve resolution number 2023-121, the Cultural and Tourism Grant Fund, Round 3 Policy and COVID-19 Map.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Commissioners. This is a continuation of our work session earlier today. So the resolution really talks to adopting the map for the high impact for COVID-19 for the grant program. This is going to allow us to determine small business and nonprofits criteria for them to be able to access the funding. As you all see, this is the COVID-19. Also, we're going to take into consideration the recommendations you guys provided over the work session, which is basically looking at the revenue for the businesses and also looking at those areas that are not either in the QCT or the infectious rate to be moved into category 1 or group 1. So this is a consideration and action item. So if you all have any questions.
I think you need to add, we
Yeah,
did
and
have
then the-
questions, we had comments so that we would probably come back with a proposal.
Yeah, we'll be sharing the updated version to you all as we get them and update them as well.
So
This
this
is
item
just
is
for the map,
approving
right?
the map?
Go ahead, Brian.
This item is approving the map?
Is that the action is to approve the resolution. In the resolution, it talks about the map and also the policies. So that's where we're going with the recommendations provided at the work session.
As we work to educate the community on this, if we decide we want to make changes to the policy before this actually launches in the new year, we can do so, correct? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Should we go, should we come back and with the language? I know this is very quick, where we had a work session. We normally don't do a work session, then ask for an item to be approved. So given that we've gone, we can come back at the next meeting with the language.
I'd be good with
And work
that.
through that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'll move to table.
Do you want to for the next meeting?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to table and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
No, thank you.
Item number 2, consideration and action on resolution number 2023-120, adopting procedures for review of billboard applications.
Mayor and Commission, before you all, you have a updated resolution. Next slide, please. This is for a 6-month pilot for processing billboard applications. Next slide. This particular, as stated last time, this particular policy would provide for a waiver for the requirement of providing 1,000 hours of public service announcements. This way, the applicant can request a waiver or variance from that 1,000 hours. The bodies that would be approving P&Z, it would first go to P&Z for their review and recommendation, and then the final body would be City Commission. There is one thing that we wanted to propose which would be, if you all decide to move forward with this motion to amend. In the resolution before you all and on the slide, it does say 2/3 majority. We would recommend changing that to a simple majority. Next slide. As outlined last time, this is the process for processing a billboard application. This basically follows other processes for other sign applications. Next slide. With other sign applications, there would be a period where the application will be considered. We'd have one public hearing for both P and Z and City Commission. The parties would be noticed. They would have notice within 10 days before the public hearing is held. Next slide. There is an opportunity for the planning and zoning director or his designee to inspect the billboard. And it does lapse if they don't end up putting the billboard within a certain amount of time. And so please keep in mind that this is a pilot. This is to see how the application process works. Within 6 months, we will be coming back with an actual ordinance amending the UDC with recommendations that the staff and commission have reviewed.
Counselor, on that bullet, it says 10 days. Is that business or is that 10 days in general?
This would be 10 calendar days.
I would say that all of the planning directors identified there, it does require a building permit, so they'd still have to follow proper building codes.
Any questions?
And I'm good with that change to simple majorities. I think for the pilot period, that captures what it seemed like the intent of the commission was when we first voted on this. So I'll make a motion to approve with that amendment of simple majority versus 2/3 majority if it's denied by P and Z.
Well, I'm sorry, the first motion would be to remove it from the table.
I'll make a motion to remove it from the table.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Item removed from the table.
Second motion, good, the way I said it? Okay. I'll
Yes.
move to approve with the correction or the amendment of a simple majority versus 2/3 majority if it's denied by P and Z.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I do have a question. So can somebody come in and bring in 100 applications?
Physically, yes.
Well, we actually have a queue of applications right now. And so
it's
this will
first
help
come,
us
first
process
serve, or
those.
how is it? How do you,
Sorry?
first come, first serve?
Yeah, right now they're being considered first come, first serve of how they submitted their applications. And so we have a few of them that are going to P and Z this November.
What we will do is provide a map as they accumulate to see if there's clusters so that you can look at if there's clustering or not, or they're separated. We'll give that to you.
So we'll get a map with, because I'm sure the first meeting that we get this, we're gonna have
You're gonna have about
20,
20
30,
applications,
right?
about 23.
23. So if we can have them on a map, I think that would go a long way.
Yes.
All right.
I have a question. What is why the recommendation to make the change from 2/3 to simple majority?
Yeah, so the question was, for the minutes, why is the recommendation to change from 2/3 to simple majority? The recommendation was originally we did 2/3 because that just follows typical zoning language. Right now for denial, we have elected that if P and Z recommends denial, then we would require a 2/3 vote to overcome that recommendation. But for billboards or signs, it's a little different. We don't have to follow the zoning act. And so in discussions with staff and management, it was decided that a simple majority would be more appropriate for this particular item.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 3, consideration and possible action to adopt resolution number 2023-124 to adopt a policy requiring that no later than February 1st, 2024, all boards that require financial reporting of their members under Chapter 38 be required to broadcast their meetings live and make the recordings of those meetings available to the public as quickly as the technology which is used for the live broadcast will allow.
So I requested this item. I'm happy to speak to it to start to kick us off. And I know as we've talked about moving board appointment policies and board policies into ordinance to make them more formal, one of the things we talked about is more transparency. And I know this commission's been very big on that. And we've heard from the citizens also that there's certain boards that they wish they could see their meetings online. And we just hadn't seen enough movement, in my opinion, from those boards independently to do those things. And that's why I'd like to start to set a deadline for them. I don't want to put anything overly onerous on our staff. So I know if there's some of these boards that would fall on us, I'd love input from you guys if you have any concerns with any of these. But I think especially for PUB, BCIC, GBIC, to have to set a deadline and say you're going to have to start televising and they need to be available. And the reason for some of that wording is also I don't want them adopting some other form of technology and saying, well, it takes 30 days to be able to make the recordings available. We know with the city commission, our team does a great job. We're on YouTube streaming live, and usually right after the meeting, you can go back and watch the recording. I'd like to see that same standard for all the boards where we want more transparency.
I agree and support with Commissioner De Los Santos. As you mentioned, transparency is key. And we definitely want to ensure that everybody knows what is happening, and those that cannot make it to a board meeting because, you know, they have to be at home making dinner or, you know, they're with their kids, they're included in this too. They can simply play it through their television or their phone and be a part of the conversation.
And just for clarification, these are the particular bodies that would be subject to this resolution.
As worded
As
currently.
worded, yeah.
But we have the luxury to amend that if we want to.
And they still have sufficient time to arrange the technology based on the amount given on February 1st.
That's
on
what I
the date
suggested,
given.
February 1st, yeah, to give them time.
Yeah, and internally, because we have 3 boards as a city, I am asking already communications and marketing to see how we would do that. Or if we need more time, I'll let you know, but it seems like I'm having staff do our research first.
Yeah, and I think it would be appropriate that they all use the same type of solution. That way it's consistent, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. We'll go ahead, and we've shared that before, but we'll go ahead and share the way we do it with the other boards, external board members.
Okay. We have a motion.
And I wanted to just add, if we could explore utilizing our public libraries maybe as a way of broadcasting as well, so people can have access to that. I know that since it's one of the most public spaces in town, being able to maybe televise those would maybe be an ideal.
That's possibly there at municipal court as well. So we'll look at both.
Thank you.
I know it's probably been said, it's coming from their budget, right? Like,
Oh, absolutely.
It's their budget with the exception of P and Z, zoning board of adjustment, and building and standards.
Yeah.
All right, so
That's
they,
his budget.
and it wouldn't take.
what does that cost?
Big amendment to ours?
It depends on if they're
Those are the
contracted or doing it.
frequencies. So what we asked is what are the frequency of the meetings? And so we're doing a cost analysis based on frequency.
Because I've listened to the Brownsville PUB one on the phone. It's very difficult to follow. So I'm glad that we're looking into this.
Yeah, PUB's already broadcasting. I'm not sure if they're recording and posting it, but they are recording, or they are broadcasting. Same thing with GBIC.
Excellent.
For
So we'll go
BCIC
ahead
as
and
well, but it
notify
is
them.
through Zoom. Yeah, through Zoom that they have it. And so this definitely would also help out.
I just think it needs to be the same platform. It's just
Well, we're-
confusing, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I do it through Zoom, you do it through here, we.
through YouTube.
Whatever it is.
I like the YouTube option, and especially because I know as a commissioner, sometimes I'll get calls from constituents that say, well, this and this and that's happened at this meeting. And you know, like they said, there's always 2 sides to every story. I want to see it for myself to be able to gauge, okay, what went down? Was it proper? Was it improper? So having those recordings would be a tremendous asset, I think, for us as representatives for the people.
I agree.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve in a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Item number 4, consideration and action on the Ethics Advisory Commission recommendation in decision EAC number 2022-09-02.
Mayor and Commission, this is an item that was recommended to you all. Next slide. The Ethics Advisory Commission, back in March of 2023, made a recommendation to issue a letter of notification to Commissioner De Los Santos. Before you is a copy of the decision. Even though I do want to make it clear, even though this hearing was on March 23rd, the city received this July 7th, and there is no timeline to bring it before you all. And so, however, we're now bringing it to you all on October 17th. And I do believe that there is a memo before you all on the dais from Commissioner De Los Santos.
And let me say also, it's not just that there's a lack of a timeline in Chapter 38, there's also a lack of a process. So we know the city secretary receives copies of things from the Ethics Advisory Commission so that it becomes part of the public record, and if ever there's a public information request, those things are available, and that's clearly spelled out in Chapter 38. But when decision memos come out, if it's supposed to go to someone specific, and in this case, like if it's intended for the commission, it doesn't say the memo should be sent to the commission. And it's not clear, should EAC be sending direct to the commission? Should the city secretary be forwarding when that's not typically what she does? Those are some of the things that we already know we need to fix when we rewrite Chapter 38. That's some of what's come out of it. Now, with regard to, the decision itself, just a couple of comments on this. And I absolutely understand why there would be concern, considering I sit on the board of the Mitty Foundation, that I would participate in discussions to craft an MOU. And I've had good discussions with the mayor who's admonished me that even though Chapter 38 doesn't prohibit that, because there was no financial gain to the Mitty Foundation, and I was not acting as a representative of the Mitty Foundation, in the interest of looking ethical and transparent for the community, to refrain from doing stuff like that in the future. And I think if the city commission wanted to craft a letter to that effect, I think that would be very appropriate. The concerns I have with this decision, I outlined in that memo. The first being that the notice I received with the findings were that there were 2 allegations against me. And those 2 allegations would be pursued at an evidentiary hearing. This has nothing to do with either of those allegations. I was never given notice that this MOU was something that was going to be considered. Otherwise, I would have prepared a defense for that, to at least explain how I was brought into it by the then city manager and what role I contributed or what I did to contribute in any way, shape, or form to that. I wasn't afforded that because I wasn't notified in advance that that would be considered at that hearing. So the lack of notice was very concerning. There was no finding that I acted as a representative of the third party versus as a city commissioner. There was absolutely no compensation for anything I did related to those discussions. And there was no finding that there was any compensation for that. And more importantly, the requirements of Chapter 38 or the provisions of Chapter 38 that a letter of recommendation or letter of notification can be recommended is that if the Ethics Advisory Commission finds a violation was clearly unintentional or when the conduct or action was a result of a written opinion from the city attorney. Neither of those were the case with this one either. So I don't think Chapter 38 supports the decision as written. But again, the commission is absolutely within its purview. Even if you want to craft a letter to say, Commissioner De Los Santos, in the future, you should refrain from this just because it doesn't look good. But it definitely did not rise to the level of a violation of Chapter 38.
And I do want to add to, the city attorney's office did not participate in the, and I know we have Chairman Willis online, but the city attorney's office did not participate under the current Chapter 38, the way it's written. Whenever there is a complaint against a commissioner, city manager, or my office, the city attorney's office is automatically conflicted out And we go to this rotational wheel of attorneys that you all appointed. With that said, we have realized that Chapter 38 has a lot of issues with it, not only for the individual who's complained on, but also for the complainant as well as the process of what the Ethics Commission can hear and how they hear it, right, as far as evidence and whatnot. And so in reviewing the minutes and the hearing that occurred back in March, with regards to, there was 3 motions, and I'm just gonna go over them real quick. The first motion was whether or not 3831, which is improper economic benefit, was met. And that motion it was approved to say that he did not violate 3831. With regards to 3836, which is conflicting outside employment, the motion was not that he did not violate that, and that was approved with the exception of one individual, Mr. Stapleton, that voted against that. With regards to 3835, which is representation of private interest, the Ethics Commission did find that they should issue a letter of notification or recommend a letter of notification to Commissioner on that. And I believe it was based on
Participation with an MOU.
participation on the
MOU.
The MOU with the hot tax, I believe, the hot tax committee.
No.
No.
That was the MOU between the Mitty Foundation and the city of Brownsville for matching to provide funding to the Mitty Cultural District.
And so you could accept the recommendation and issue the letter of notification. You could accept Commissioner De Los Santos' recommendation, or you could decline to accept that recommendation. And if you need more time, if you want to go back to hear the hearing, you can do that as well. We can get you a copy of the video and the link.
Yeah, so this is definitely a learning curve for me. I'm new to this. I've never seen anything like this. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. And I always want to do what is right, although hard, right? But what's right. I feel that I do not have sufficient information nor the skill set to be able to make a decision today. That's just how I feel. And moving forward, you gave the 3 options. It was to get more information by hearing the hearing.
Yes, you could make a decision today and accept that you will issue a letter of notification as Chairman Willis had recommended. You have the option of taking the recommendation from De Los Santos, similar format. And you also have the option, if you're not ready to act today, you can table it and we can bring it up at the next meeting.
I would feel more comfortable with that option.
What is the recommendation from Commissioner De Los Santos?
Well, yeah, my recommendation, well, not so much recommendation, but more to let you guys know, you have the option to issue a letter stating that we felt that participation is improper because it just doesn't look right. But it does not rise to the level of a violation of Chapter 38. That's not anything you have to include in your letter, but I'm telling you guys, the finding in that decision was that by participating,
I got you.
it was a violation. But when you read that section of it, participation in something is not the violation. It's if I'd been acting as a representative of and had been compensated specifically for representation of the third party before the body, and there was no finding to either of those. And neither of those could have been found because there's no evidence to support either of those.
If I could address the commission, I do have a point of clarification.
Sure, Mr. Willis, please go ahead.
Yeah, there's 2 points I think need to be clarified. I know that the city attorney's office was making mention to minutes. We haven't had an ability to meet yet to approve the minutes. And I'm also glad to hear that there is a recording of this we were looking for. But I want to go through one part, and that's 3835. That's titled Representation of a Private Interest. And in subsection 3, it prohibits a city commissioner from representing another entity before city staff having responsibility for making a recommendation or taking any action on behalf of that entity. And in the end, that was the problem that we ran into in this case. The city was in the process of negotiating a memorandum of understanding wherein initially in March, the city would give a certain amount of money over to the Mitty Foundation for expenses, and that at one time could include staff. Now, Mr. De Los Santos is a paid board member of the Mitty Foundation. And so there was a series of emails that were exchanged in June 3rd, June 16th, and June the 23rd, where Mr. De Los Santos was using his city email address and was assisting Elizabeth Walker and Marina Solesi at the city manager's office on the terms of this MOU. And eventually this MOU was cleared up to where the foundation was not getting the money, it had been the district, and that's all fine. And Mr. De Los Santos did not vote on approving this MOU, which again, that's fine. But the problem that the EAC found was that he was doing with city staff outside of the open session what he couldn't do out in the open. And so what we were asking, and we work as a body of fact finders, that's it. We're just a panel of investigators. And there was a complaint that was filed and it made some initial allegations about who was receiving that staff money. And there was an allegation it was Mr. De Los Santos' chief of staff. And that's kind of what we first were looking at that case. But as the testimony was developed, Mr. De Los Santos had told us that he understood that he couldn't vote on it, but that he thought he could negotiate on this. We asked him, well, what hat were you wearing at that time? And you were working on the contours of this MOU. And he said he made the decision. And it's our opinion that it does violate it. It violates 3835A3. And all we were asking for was that if we're recommending that, you'd admonish him and say, don't do that again. Don't represent someone you work for at the city staff level if you can't do it at the open court level. And that's it. That's all I wanted to put out there. One thing I want to address. Chapter 38 is it's a difficult set of ordinances to work with because there are some things that are significantly lacking. And throughout this process, we've been on this commission working, for about 3 years. We had made recommendations about how to change it. And one of the things we had asked for was a summary disposition kind of thing where we get the answer from the city commissioner and we can say, okay, we've heard enough. But there are some things to work for. And I think that we can get through these things together. But when it comes to this particular instance, everybody on that panel respects the job that the city commissioner does because none of us want to have that job. You take a lot of time and you deserve the benefit of the doubt. But at the same time, when someone puts these kind of complaints together, this complaint was 681 pages. And we really had to go through that deliberately. And that's what we had found, and we're making that recommendation. Do with it as you like. It's your decision. And Mr. De Los Santos's memorandum to the dais there needs to be considered. And if that's what you guys decide to do, well, so be it. We're here at your service. And we had a complaint. We looked into it. This was our finding, and this is our recommendation. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that anybody else has.
Let me just add one more comment to that, and for clarification purposes for you guys. And I know why the name Midi Cultural District and Midi Foundation lends itself to confusion. But at no time was there ever any money going from the city of Brownsville to the Midi Foundation where I sit on the board. Never going to happen. And there was never $1 of city money that was going to be used for staff. That's a huge misconception that's been out there in the public. What this was the Midi Foundation provided a staffing grant to the cultural district starting 2 years prior to this. And the city said, well, for maintenance and operations, we'd like to match a percentage of that. Their money is for staffing. City money was only for maintenance and operations, was never going to be used for an employee or a staff member. That absolutely never happened.
And I also want to add, I think Chairman Willis used the word admonish him. There is a letter of admonition, but that's not what the board recommended. They recommended a letter of notification, and I'm just going to read what that is. A letter of notification must advise the official or employee to whom the letter is directed of any steps to be taken to avoid future violations. So it's more like a warning. So, I mean,
Also an admonition.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Mr. Willis. Thank you so much for the explanation as well and further information to the situation.
And last comment, Mayor, if I may. I don't want this to look to the public like, well, he's getting off on a technicality. He wasn't properly notified that that was an allegation, so it shouldn't have been explored at the hearing, but it still was wrong. He shouldn't have done it. We don't want the public thinking that there are no consequences, that the commission is letting stuff like that go by. So I encourage serious consideration of a letter.
How do we even get here? How do we avoid from handling situations like this out here in public? If I am to vote, I'm asking, I know you're nodding your head, but I mean, what's to say that, I mean, at what point, I don't know, at what point do I have, at what point, maybe the question's for you or Mr. Willis, right? At what point does my attorney say, hey, man, you can't be
Right.
part of
So
this?
there's a specific provision in chapter 38 that allows you to add, it's called a safe harbor provision. And that's when you have a question and it says, I think I might have some sort of ethical conflict. City attorney, here's my question. All right, now it's got a requirement. It's got two requirements. One, your question's got to be put in writing in some sort. It could be an email, it could be a text message, doesn't really matter. But you got to put it in writing to the city attorney's office, saying, I got a question. And that question has to be made before you engage in the vote. And once that goes that way and the city attorney's office says, yes, you can proceed, you can go forward, you are in the safe harbor. And so even if the city attorney somehow was wrong in some way, you would not be found to have violated an ethics code.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification.
One more thing that's come out over time is we've learned that, and I don't know if this is still true, but I'm not too sure anybody's really given the members of the city commission a rundown of these ethics codes. And I think that would be something really, really helpful. And that was one of the real factors that the ethics commission used the letter of notification provision. It's just kind of saying, look, we know that this thing is a new set of ordinances. And it may not have been conveyed over to Mr. De Los Santos, and he may have had a misperception about the requirements. So everybody knows this provision is in there, and in the future, don't do it again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Willis.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I really think this is a good reminder to everyone, right, as elected officials, that if you have a question or if you even have a remote conflict or potential conflict, to get it in writing from the city attorney, right? I think that protects all of us, that makes sure that we're doing the right thing, because it's tricky, right? It is a small town, and everyone, cross paths with each other at some point. So I think it's important that for the public's perspective, right, that we're being transparent, being careful when we're dealing with items of, with public money, right, and making decisions on how to allocate funds. So I think I totally understand where you're coming from. You have the Mitty Foundation is a member of the Mitty Culture District, right?
They have a seat on the board at the request of the city commission.
Right, but there is a connection there.
Yes.
So I think just by that in itself, I don't know, I mean, I'm not an attorney. I don't know if that creates a conflict, but it's definitely the appearance of a conflict.
Appearance, yes, but it's not a legal conflict.
I think when you look at making sure we're extra careful, we have to refrain from, you know, participating in that manner, right? I think it's just, it's a lesson that everyone can take home going forward. So I don't know if you have anything to add, Counselor.
I just want to say that as a newly elected official and looking at this, this has all been a learning curve, and I've definitely learned from this as well. And I appreciate everybody sharing out, and thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. And to answer your question, I think, you know, there's always going to be a perception of impropriety or a perception of a conflict of interest. And I've had, without divulging attorney-client privilege, I've had various conversations with each of you all, and we follow the process, as Chairman Willis had indicated. In some of the instances where they've had the ethics hearings, those instances of what looks like impropriety were decided on based on the fact pattern, that they did not rise to the level of an actual finding. However, in this instance, even though it wasn't part of the complaint itself, keep in mind that the complaint that the individual made in the community was it was the same set of facts, but it was based on a different issue. However, in all the testimony that the Ethics Advisory Commission heard, they cued in on this particular MOU, and that's the reason for the decision. And so that is the recommendation before you all, is to have what I would assume my office write a letter to Commissioner De Los Santos advising him on what steps he can take to avoid further violations of that particular section.
And then after that, the case would be closed, or what?
That's correct. The case will be closed.
The case is already closed.
Yes, well, the case is already closed for the Ethics Advisory Commission, but as far as the recommendation before you all, we'd be able to move on after that.
Okay.
I think this is an opportunity for us to be able to create a process, because it makes it difficult to be able to decide on these things when not everything was followed in process. So that's something that I'd like for us to continue to explore, is making sure that we are able to give the commission guidance, direction as to how to be able to govern over those cases.
And I think when we work on rewriting Chapter 38, we need to make it more stringent. Because again, nothing that occurred with this rose to the level of a violation of Chapter 38. But we can put language in Chapter 38 for the future to say this behavior in the future will not be allowed under 38.
Correct.
Entertain a motion on this item.
Before the motion, Commissioner De Los Santos, thank you for your words, and thank you for, it's a difficult position. It's terrible. It's a terrible, especially with the bloggers and the things out there, because they're going to take it to a completely different level. But absolutely, I do believe that we have this committee for a reason, and it's just simply like our attorney just said, it's something that's just a recommendation to all of us. Basically, it's directed to you. It's I think something that is directed to all of us. So I just wanted to thank you for being in this difficult position. I think, and just being here and being open and being able to discuss it like that. I learned a lot from you. I would have a very difficult time. I would probably be back there, just not even in the room. So thank you for that. With that, I will move to approve.
Right.
So we would, just to clarify, we want to move to approve the recommendation to issue a letter of notification.
Yes. All right, we have a motion on this item. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I do want to take the opportunity to say, I think our Chapter 38 is very vague. I disagree with a lot of things on there. I think at one point we spoke about trying to get it revised, and that was never approved. So we need to make sure we continue to work on it and we finish it. That being said, I mean, I'm done with that.
Right. Any further comment?
I'd like an opinion from the attorney on something because it seems like the commission wants to act on this as written. Do you concur that Chapter 38 was violated based on the actions referenced?
Well, how I'll answer that, because technically I was conflicted under the current ordinance. Keep in mind that a letter of notification is recommended when the Ethics Advisory Commission finds that a violation of the chapter was, one, clearly unintentional, or two, when the action or conduct found to have been a violation of the chapter was performed by the official or employee in reliance of a public written opinion of the city attorney, which to me contradicts the safe harbor provision, right? Because if we have a safe harbor provision and you're acting in reliance of the city attorney's opinion, you could still be issued a letter of notification, right? So to piggyback off of Cardenas' comment, Chapter 38 is ripe with issues. And Jennifer and myself have been going through it and redlining the particular chapter. But to answer your question, if I was the attorney, because I wasn't the attorney that day, if I was the attorney that day, my first instance would have been to get the advisory commission back onto what the complaint was before them, right? Because they have to publish the notice of the public hearing, right? They have to follow TOMA. And in my opinion, the board went off what the actual complaint was. And so I would have brought them back or had them table it so that they can repost that particular notice. But as far as whether he violated or not, I mean, I have no opinion on that.
I have another question. Does Commissioner De Los Santos have to abstain from this vote?
There's nothing in the ethics ordinance that says he has to,
But
it's, I mean, there's no conflict of interest because he's not,
right.
There's no substantial interest in
Want to
this.
clarify that.
So, yeah.
Okay. Any further comment, discussion?
I'd suggest a roll call vote.
Roll call. Commissioner Martinez?
I don't feel comfortable being able to vote on something when the process wasn't followed and we continued to allow for it to go forward. I would like to revisit Chapter 8 and be able to fix that process up before we can address something like this. So I'm voting nay.
But I also think the question is, if at the time, does it go against Chapter 38? And secondly, the whole purpose of an ethics advisory commission is so they can do their due diligence. And we elect individuals that have the capabilities and the knowledge and being able to have the skill set to move forward with this. That's why it's brought on to us.
Yeah, but
It has to
there's a
pass a
process.
procedure
When
and
you're
it
not
goes.
notified, it doesn't allow for the process to move forward. You know, both sides need to be able to be notified for this, and that's something that wasn't done in this process.
So then why is it brought forth to us if the process wasn't followed through as they're stating?
Because that's how the current ordinance is written.
The current what?
That's the way the Chapter 38 is written. If the Ethics Advisory Commission makes a recommendation, then it has to go before you all.
So then we are following procedure.
Just to clarify, we're not voting whether he violated Chapter 38.
That's correct.
We're
This is just a
notifying-
letter of notification.
Yeah, and essentially the letter of notification, to use another set of words, is you are providing him with a letter that educates him on how to avoid an actual violation, right? So if I were to advise him on the issue at matter, right? Because he's served on a board, there's a lot of confusion because they share the name, I'm going to butcher it, MIDI, So they shared that, and there's a lot of confusion with that particular name. But for him, to advise him, I would have to go into the details of how he serves on it and then provide an analysis of how he could go forward, not violating, right? So it serves as a warning for him. But that's to answer your question.
And that's sort of what we're doing right now, right? We're talking about it. I mean, Commissioner Los Santos, you're being a part of the conversation as well. You know, you're giving your part of the situation. But we have it as an agenda item, but it's just right now stating it in a letter that we all
Yeah, so-
sign.
So if you think of it in degrees of severity, you have the far right where he violated and you're gonna reprimand him, right? You can't remove him. There's nothing in the provision for that, right? Then you have it over here where, oh, okay, well, maybe it kind of reaches that definition of possibly violating the ethics ordinance, but he didn't. Like, it was clearly unintentional, right? So this is more of a warning. Hey, in the future, this is what you can do to avoid it so that you don't have an actual violation. So to piggyback off what the mayor said, you're not saying he violated and we're admonishing you. And that's what I wanted to make clear, because I know that Chairman Willis used the word admonish the commissioner. That would be the next hierarchy.
Correct.
Okay.
Then continuation with the roll call. Aye.
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 Since this was a gross due process violation because there was no third allegation related to any of this, so I was never afforded the opportunity to properly defend against it, I'm voting nay.
Aye.
Four ayes. Next item, board appointments. Consideration and action, if any, to approve resolution number 2023-104A to appoint, reappoint, and/or remove members of the Transit Advisory Committee.
Mayor, City Commissioners, we're here back again. We didn't bring it back at the last meeting, hoping we would get more applicants. We did at least get four, and so we now ask for the appointments for the vacancies that we have.
I'll move to appoint Martha Galvan.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
You haven't appointed.
That's
somebody,
correct.
so-
I'm seeing on.
I
there.
know that you have your previous predecessor has appointed, but you can appoint someone. I mean, still there's three.
I don't recall having appointed. Is that my appointment?
You still have one.
I'll make a motion to appoint Francisco Daniel Arriaga.
3 and 4.
Hang on a second, guys. This shows the mayor at large B, 3 and 4 have the appointments.
Vacant. And in yellow.
I'm sorry. It's because their term doesn't expire to 2024. Your
For
previous-
this.
So it doesn't give room for you.
Mayor, do you have anybody? Going down the
I
list.
know Commissioner Gowan let me know her appointment, but I don't know if that's something I can do on her behalf.
Yeah, she was asking for Christina Villarreal. But I don't think she's on.
I'd like to appoint Christina Villarreal.
All right, we have a motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Can you go to the next slide? I'll move to appoint Sandra Gomez.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. We have Commissioner
You have
Gowan.
one, Commissioner Dos Santos.
I was the first one to appoint.
Oh.
Yes, so we only have for Commissioner Gowan's appointment pending.
It's okay. Thank you.
Mayor, it is now 8:09. If you would like to make a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion to second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have, it, motion carries.
The following items would be considered during executive. Item number one, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding project ecosystem. Item number two, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding policy on employee investigations. Item number three, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, including contemplated or pending litigation and/or settlement offer related to EISG versus City of Brownsville.
Sazón, you 30
Serious question. Type of what? To log into the, I mean, to the. Sure. To my email.
Mayor, it is now 9:44. Next item is possible action on any items as discussed in executive session.
Mayor, on the third item, I'll move to approve as discussed in executive session.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
And want to do a roll call?
Commissioner Martinez?
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Ayes have it.
Passes. Next item is adjournment.
Well, and before adjournment, I'm sorry. And just for the record, no action on items 1 and 2.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned.
It is now 9:45. Meeting has ended.